Yeah. Hello. Hello, good morning. Yeah, good morning to all of you. Uh, Namaskar and welcome to this important celebration of a very historical organization which has been contributing to skill development, vocational training as a part of the overall development agenda ever since India got independence. So it's been functioning since 1952, and it's a very historical moment that today Bharat Sevak Samaj, now known as Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, completes 70 years and has been contributing immensely to various activities, as I said, and today is the 70th anniversary of this organization, coinciding with 75 years of Indian independence. So it's a big moment. Let's give a big hand to all the achievers, all the participants who have come here all the way to represent various centers of BSS, and all the dignitary of the dais. Welcome, sir, to this very important occasion. And today we are talking about freedom of a different kind. And it's also freedom from poverty, freedom from being deprived, freedom to do things that we want to do, freedom to be creative, freedom to contribute to the development of the nation. That's what we are going to discuss today. Today is also an important occasion. It is International Youth Day today, and BSS has been a beacon of hope for youth in India for so many years. So with this, I welcome you all once again. I look forward to all your participation today. Throughout the day, there are going to be interesting sessions. There's going to be a lot of learning from all the dignitaries on the dais, and also honoring the participants, the people who have contributed immensely to the journey of BSS over the last 70 years. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Let's start with the blessings of the Almighty. I request all to stand up for the prayer.
Om Tatsa Sri Narayana Tu Purushottama Guru Tu Siddha Buddha Tu Skanda Vinayaka Savida Pavaka Tu Brahma Vastu Tu Yehova Shakti Tu Yeshu Pida Prabhu Tu Rudra Vishnu Tu Rama Krishna Tu Rahima Tao Tu Vasudeva Tu Vishwarupi Tu Chidananda Hari Tu Advadiya Tu Akala Nirbhaya Atmalinga Shiva Tu Om Tat Sat Sri Narayana Tu Purushottama Guru Tu.
Before you sit, I ask you to just please stand up for a while in remembrance of the departed soul who had made this journey possible for us. A 1-minute silent prayer for them. Thank you so much. Please be seated. So happy to stand in front of you. Before we start, just an insight about BSS. All of you know what the organization is, but still, our journey for the last 7 decades, today we are in the 75th year of independence celebration, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So I just want to reiterate, rather give you a self-realization what the organization has done for the nation. For the nation, actually, growing with the nation, all the Sevaks, that is the Bharat Sevaks had done a commendable role in the progress of the nation in construction and designing India. So I wish a journey forward and from our chief dignitaries today, you will get a good message for going forward with the same pride and prestige, the same zeal and honor we had as a proud Bharat Sevak. Thank you so much. With that, I welcome our Vice Chairman, Central BSS, to do the welcome address. Sir SCG Moisen, sir, please.
Yeah, before we get started with the speeches and the advice and insights from the speakers, I would request dignitaries to stand up for a few minutes and let's light the lamp of wisdom, the lamp of knowledge on this very auspicious occasion of 70 years of BSS.
Everyone should, all the dignitaries together to light the lamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the new light, the new beginnings and the rejuvenation for the Bharat Sevak Samaj participants, the contributors for all these years. So this is a very symbolic moment and a very important one for that matter in the history of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj.
I'm getting a little bit nervous.
Now can start?
Yeah. You stand here only, don't go away. Over to you, Moisen, sir, for the welcome address.
Very good morning to all. I am glad and honored to welcome. You want to be removed? I am glad and honored to welcome each and every one of you in this renowned event. Conference at national level and the celebration of special occasion of completing 70 glorious years of by Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. I welcome all the dignitaries and guests from different walks of life who have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience with us. First, that our chief mentor, Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, who is educationalist, design management strategist, author, and speaker. He has created over 50 brand identities for Indian industry, including SBI, Hindustan Lever, and Indian Airlines. I welcome Dr. Dorli Uman Koshi. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Please. Please, sir. Sir. Now, come front. Come. Sir. Yes, front. Sir, front, please. Yes. Sir. Our Joint Secretary to Government of India, he is actively participating in skill, employment and entrepreneurship department and industries and commerce department and public enterprises. Also, he was very actively in Act East Policy Affairs. I welcome K.K. Trivedi IAS. Then our Minister of Information and Parliamentary Affairs and Chairman of Committee of Private Members Bill and Resolutions. He was Chief Whip Opposition Parties. I welcome Dr. M.M. Hassan. Yeah, thank you, sir. And our chairman, AICTE, he has headed several important academic research and administrative positions at IIC Bangalore, then as a chairman of AICT from 2015. He is a renowned architect of reforming technical education at AICT. I welcome Dr. Anil Subhatra Budhe. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. A backbone of BSS. He traveled a long way with the Swami Harinarayan Anandji to develop BSS. A think tank of BSS and nation. I welcome our Honorable Chairman, Dr. B.S. Balachandran. Thank you very much. And I welcome our General Secretary, Jayashree Kumar.
Yeah, let's start with the proceedings of the day today. I now invite Dr. Darli Koshi, Chief Mentor, Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, to deliver his address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
A very good morning to all of you. Say good morning. Good morning. Yes. Such a great occasion that we are having the 75th Independence Day just 2 days away from now, 3 days. And we are also celebrating the 70th anniversary of BSS journey. We are also celebrating the International Youth Day, which is also August 12th. So all these three require me to extend our warm greetings to each one of you. Let us give a big round of applause for your presence. Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman AICT, Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, IAS, Joint Secretary of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We have Sri M.M. Hassan, Sri B.S. Balachandran, the Chairman of BSS, Central BSS, Mr. Zach Moizon, the Vice Chairman of BSS, Jayashree Kumar, the Director General of BSS, and each one of you who have come from various parts of India today to be part of this very important occasion, a get-together of all the people who have worked hard to make this movement so important for the country's national development. So I want to, touch upon that we are so delighted with the presence of policy makers in this particular forum, because if you look at the country is moving towards convergence of general education, vocational education, and technical education. And the architect of technical education reforms, Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe is here, which gives us the feeling that we are seeing a great moment of significance for the people who are associated with BSS, because you have been all part of various educational initiatives. And from him, we are going to hear what he thinks of the way forward for all the people who are associated with education. I had the occasion to call on Dr. K.K. Dwivedi at his office, and in few minutes, the kind of positivity which he giving suggestions for BSS to take forward. For example, he told me that it is possible for you to train people for international mobility. Take up Japanese, language training, for example. There is so much of potential. He said also reach the vulnerable and disadvantaged sections of the society. He also said that we can help you to have PMKVY for specialized areas. So Dr. Dwivedi opened a whole new chapter of importance to BSS to take it forward. So he is also here. And as you know, both his secretary Rajesh Agarwal ji was supposed to be also here. He had, COVID in the last couple of days, and we are very sorry to hear that. But despite that, he had a conversation with the Joint Secretary, and he was kind enough to entrust this whole conversation to be taken forward. So thank you, Rajesh Agarwal ji, for your initiative for BSS journey forward. Sri M.M. Hassan has been a pillar of strength for BSS over the years. And his counsel and his understanding of Kerala and neighboring states and from the national level, I think have contributed to the development of BSS for a long time. And we are very thankful to Mr. Hassan for being here today. And the gentlemen who are leading this forward, the management team, are really capable people, committed people, devoted people. And each one of you in different parts of India are serving the nation in this process of bringing the youth, converting the demographic advantage to a demographic dividend. So having said this, I am going to just say a few ideas which we are thinking about in terms of BSS journey forward. So let me talk about what is new which is happening in terms of BSS. Why we are having this kind of a get-together on the 70th anniversary. We believe that the organization's concept, as Chairman Mr. Balendran says, was almost 117 years old concept. However, 72 years, 70 years have gone by after having formed the organization. But in terms of its conceptual clarity, it has been there for more than 117 years. But every organization undergoes evolution. As human beings, we all undergo change. Organizations also undergo change. There were different periods of time in the history of BSS where different activities got predominance. But why is it that we are now talking more about vocational education? Vocational education is not new to BSS. It has been there for the last 4 decades. In fact, the government of India, as I was talking to our research colleague, Dr. Madhuri, from 1847 onwards, all the papers published by different organizations and reports have always talked about vocational education. However, the word skill was not discussed in the policy framework. The evolution from vocational education to focusing on skills came about in 2009, when the first National Skill Development Policy was announced. And then NSDC was set up, National Skill Development Agency was set up. Taking off from there, the new government in 2014 made a leap forward. They set up for the first time a Ministry for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. This requires a big clap, and that is what Mr. Dwivedi represents. Never in the history of our history, there has been a Ministry for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Why is it being set up? Why was it set up? We all say that we have 130 billion people in the country, 130 crores of people in the country, but the population of youth is almost 450 million. No other country has this kind of a youth population. 15 to 29 aged youth in this country with an average age of 29 is a very different ballgame from all other countries. We have a young population. But this youth-oriented countries, the pattern is not going to last forever. There is a study by the United Nations Population Fund which says that from 2005 to 2050 is this golden period of India where youth will come to the prominence in terms of the number from 15 to 29 years old. And if you take the larger working population, it can be from 15 to 59. But I'm just taking the youth population. But it also says from 2035, this entire pyramidal structure will become more like a kite, as it happened in Japan. Aged society will start more and more. It may touch 20-25%, and the youth population will start tapering down from 2035. So that means that we have a 13-year window to really put in skill efforts into every part of the world, every part of the country. And through that, we reach also every part of the world, because Europe has graying population. They have two problems, degreening and graying. Degreening is childbirth coming down. Graying is the existing population becoming very old. They are not working population anymore. So they need people, like in Japan, they want people from India because it is an aging country. So with that kind of an understanding, when you look at what we are trying to do in the BSS journey from this 2022 to 2030, let us say, is to take a new understanding of the challenges in this country and look at two words in your mind. One word is very much associated to our 75th year of independence. Mahatma Gandhi had four founding tenets. One was truth, the other was non-violence, third was Sarvodaya, and the last was Satyagraha. The Sarvodaya said that upliftment of all to the people, that is universal upliftment. Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji and others later took one part of that which is called Antyodaya, which is towards the last person you should be able to take it forward. This is actually an offshoot of Sarvodaya itself. So Sarvodaya and Antyodaya together envisage a society which is already contained in our constitution, which is economic and social justice, economic development and social justice. So if you take this Antyodaya as a principle, BSS is trying to look at how we can build two parts to it to make focus. One part is the school dropouts. If you look at the 5th standard, 9th standard, 10th standard dropouts of our country, you will be you will be surprised to see the staggering numbers. Something like 24%, even by a study which was published by ILO, says that they are dropouts from higher secondary level. But if you take the 5th standard, 9th standard dropouts, though it is coming down, it is still staggering. And the other part is, which is called NEET, N-E-E-T. What is the full form? Not in education, not in employment, not in training. So what are they doing then? They are not in education, they are not pursuing any education, they are not doing any training, and they are not in employment. 62% of our youth can be categorized into this category. And the Human Development Report, published in 2020, had placed India at 129th rank out of 162 countries, telling that only 21% of the people who are in the working population have any kind of formal professional skill training. That means a country, if it has to progress, it is a collective of knowledge plus skills of that population. We have large population, but that population, if you do not empower them with skills, then it becomes a population which is like a non-performing asset. And more is the problem with women. The women labor participation ratio has come down from 21-22% to something like 15-16% because of the COVID. Now, in a country, any country you take, Korea, Japan, Cambodia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, the progress came when the participation of women in the labor went up to almost 50-60%. In Korea, it is 96%. Our women's participation in labor force has to be pushed up. So you have two focus areas which I told you. The Antyodaya concept of reaching the last person, which was Gandhiji's talisman. He said that look at the last poor person whom you met and take all the decisions. That is what he said, to wipe the tears of the last man. If you take that part as one overarching concept and then put this NEET and dropouts into that concept and the backwardness of women's labor participation, then you get a new concept, which is what we call as BASE. That is what Dwivedi Saab is going to launch today, which is the Bharat Antyodaya Skill Education, through which we want to reach all parts. It's a completely, mission-driven approach, not necessarily that, somebody has to force you. It's a voluntary participation of people to take the message to wherever the youth are and reach them with skills. Take the example of handloom and handicrafts. Handloom has about 4,379 clusters. Handicrafts is about 590 clusters. Other traditional industries has also a large number of clusters. So we have about 6,78,000 villages in the country. The government has brought in Antyodaya in 2017-18 as part of the Rural Development Ministry to make a convergent program to reach every panchayat. And I understand that only 14,000 panchayats are still left Other than that, the coverage has been phenomenal in the last few years. So there is certainly an Antyodaya concept working, but that has been mostly to reach rations or give a Nariga type of work and wages. But what we are telling is that the simple story: give a man a fish, he will feed for one day. But if you teach him to catch fish, you are feeding him for lifetime. So the gap which we found in the rural areas is that they are getting rations, they are getting a lot of other facilities from the government, but the skill gap is keeping them poor for a long time. So unless you equip them with the skills and improve their productivity and competencies on various fields, and including in the handloom and handicrafts and other traditional industries, which can be reformed, which was the second ring of agriculture. The concentric ring, if you take India's economy, in the middle is agriculture, which is about 50%, 55% of the population involved in agriculture. But the outer ring was the rural socio-economic clusters of handloom, handicrafts, coir, various types of things across India. But we allowed that ring to disintegrate, and languishing skills and disappearing skills have cost us a lot. To regain them is nearly impossible, whether it's Patola from Patan, or from Aligarh locks, or Anjar knives, or Firozabad bangles, or Moradabad metals. You name it, it goes on and on. Refer to Handmade in India, made by NID when I was the director. We brought in more than 600 clusters. We examined and made a directory. Why can't we, through the base program, also reach the craft clusters? So this is a revolution to a disruptive thinking, which is being brought about through this base concept. And we are very delighted. Government is very interested that everybody comes together to work. So it is not necessarily that only the government organizations have to work for this. We are all part and parcel of this movement. And Dwivedi Sahab is here to tell you more how he envisages the new skill hub, which the Secretary, Government of India and Dwivedi Sahab have brought in from January this year. He's a beacon of hope, of convergence. And we would like to work very closely with the skill hubs which are envisaged by the government. The second point is about Bhasrik, which is going to be launched by Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, the chairman of AICT. What is Bhasrik? There is a lot of talk about what the youth should do. But there was a youth declaration in Abu Dhabi in 2017 by 300 youth who assembled and created a roadmap of what youth want. So the problem is that most often we prescribe what the youth should get, but we don't ask enough what you want. So we are focusing in Bhasrik to ask the people what they want and bring in their innate creativity to take forth with the skills so that they can develop new ideas. So Bhasrik will look at skill innovation. From supply-driven skilling to demand-driven skilling, which is industry-driven, and we were supposed to have a speaker earlier, but he was also stricken by COVID. So from supply-driven, which is the government's program taking the lowest denominator courses of 300, 400 hours, to demand-driven, what the industry wants, to innovation-driven transformation, is what Bhasrik would get involved in. And we are very delighted, an eminent world-class researcher like Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, who is here with us today, is going to unveil our concept paper. I can't say that we have set up, we have just taken the first steps forward, but we have also other researchers joining hands with us, and we will take it forward. So this is the second, and to conclude, I would say that the entire world of skills is just opening up. The World Economic Forum has created a reskilling platform where I think 16 countries have joined. India has also joined recently for certain sectors. World Skills International, which was set up post-Second World War by Europe because of the acute shortage of skills in Europe. We have participated since 2007, the Government of India and the youth from here. The only medal which we have so far won, the gold medal, is for water technology. Do you mean to say that in jewelry, in pastry making, in bricklaying, in more than 52 skills on which they make competitions, can't India, like the Commonwealth Games where they have performed so well, can't they win more medals? Are we so poor in skills? I have personally gone to Sao Paulo, I've gone to Abu Dhabi, I've gone to Kazan in Russia for the World Skills. Our students are doing well in those competitions, but the world standards have gone up so much. The skilling requires now intensive training. Just take the example of fashion technology. I was a founding chairperson of fashion management with New Delhi. I was very shocked that we had a 100-point difference in fashion technology competition between China, Switzerland, and other countries. It is now slowly catching up. But you imagine the world is having so much of skills. I have seen people sitting and finishing a whole wall in less than a couple of hours with the precision which you will expect for tile fixing. So these competitions in Sao Paulo, 500,000 students were brought by the government for children to see what this arena is about, how the competitions are taking place. That is what is called awareness creation of skills. So we have a long way to go, and I believe BSS is a people's movement. The strength of BSS is about participation of people without any force or coercion. So if they join, anything can be achieved. And you are all here, and you will take this message forward. You are most welcome to join us in this journey. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I now invite our Honorable Chairman, Sri B.S. Balachandran sir, to give his presidential address.
Namaskar. Vande Mataram. Dear friends, today we are celebrating our 70th anniversary. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, our nation is celebrating. Along with that historic event, we are celebrating our 70th anniversary. Our Chief Mentor, Dr. Darli Mankushi, mentioned about the formation of Bharat Sevak Samaj history. He mentioned about we are celebrating 70 years history, but we have the legacy that is 117 years history we have. That is, on 1905, Dr. Gopal Krishna Gokhale established Servants of India Society. We know the history of all freedom struggles in the world created more and more experience before the people. But in India, along with the struggle of independence, an organization formed, Servants of India Society, to develop Indians to work for the country. Servants of India Society raised a slogan, Hindi, Khadi, Harijan. That was the history of Indian freedom movement. Along with struggle, we done creative activities also. After independence, democratic government came into power. On 1952, the government of India, under the leadership of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, they thought about how we can build a new India, new Bharat. Then they thought, we want plan programs. They adopted plan programs from Soviet Union. They constituted planning commission for plan programs. Then planning commission proposed, we can formulate plans, but we want to do the plans with the people's participation. How we can do the plan programs without people's involvement? For that, our leaders proposed
We want to convert that Servants of India society into a new form. Then they thought Servants Sevak India Bharat Samaj society as Samaj. Then Servants of India society renamed as Bharat Sevak Samaj. That's why Dr. Darli Mankushi here mentioned about the 117 years history of Bharat Sevak Samaj. The spirit of the Servants of India society is leading by Bharat Sevak Samaj. That is the strength of Bharat Sevak Samaj. The Bharat Sevak Samaj was formed on the recommendation of Planning Commission, and it was approved by the Indian Parliament. Unanimously approved by the Indian Parliament. This is the only one organization which was formed by the unanimous decision of Indian Parliament. That is the history and strength of this Bharat Sevak Samaj. Bharat Sevak Samaj, in the plan programs, first and second plan programs, Bharat Sevak Samaj was the main implementing agency. Naturally, after then, several organizations came forward and took many activities in the country. Now, Bharat Sevak Samaj is mainly focusing on how to build our nation, how to strengthen our organization, how to strengthen our country. In that space, we saw that we want to equip our human resources with proper skill. That's why Bharat Sevak Samaj is raising a slogan, total employment training for total development. Total employment training for total development. With employment training only we can move forward. The unskilled people of the country is not the strength of our country. We want to skill them. We are addressing the people, those who are completed 10th standard and above. Last several years we are going through that activities. Recently our chief mentor, Dr. Darli Mankushi, Professor Darli Mankushi, he asked the Bharat Sevak Samaj people, do you see the people, those who are living in the gaps of the villages of India, those who are completed, not completed, 10th standard, 9th standard, 8th standard, even they were not attended in the school. Near about 40 crores people are still in the country. We want to strengthen, we want to equip, we want to modernize, we want to upskill that people. That's why we are raising a new program, Bharat Antyodaya Skill Education Program. Here in your bag there is a book written by Dr. Darli Mankushi. You go through that. Run. Reskilling, upskilling and new skilling. We are raising that slogan, run, run, run. I am declaring in this 70th anniversary, very proudly, we got a manifesto from Dr. Darli Mankushi. That will be a changing guide of Indian youth. We want to work together for a better India, better society. Today, we are assembling here with very expectations. I am here conveying you to that 2-3 messages. One, we decided to reorganize Bharat Sevak Samaj branches in all states with the proper persons, with functioning persons. Those who are heading organization in the state or district as an ornamental model, it will not be allowed. That will be changed. We can include everybody. BSS is a lifelong working space of people. All over India, everywhere, the organization is going to restructuring. And we have those who are interested to undertake the leadership of the Bharat Sevak Samaj in the state, those who want to take more responsibilities, you can meet our office bearers and you can express your willingness. Certainly, that will be counted. And another thing, we have 6 functional bodies, you know. One Bharat Sevak Samaj for the youth of the country, Bharat Sevak Samaj. That is also be reconstituting. And another thing, Bharat Sevak Samaj. That's a Bharat Sevak Samaj functional body, Bharat Sevak Samaj. Dr. Koshi, again and again, he mentioned about along with the skill development, agriculture is the main source of skill development program. Bharat Sevak Samaj is our functional body, and now we are proposing an BSS Agri School. We want to establish all over India BSS Agri School with the participation of agriculturists, scientists and technocrats. Everybody who are joining with this movement are all welcome to that activities. BSS Agri School in every nook and corner of the country. The productivity we want to increase when comparing with the other countries of the world, Israel, Japan, so many areas we can see. In India, according to the statistics, with 100 hectare, we are promoting only 40-45 number of beneficiaries. But in Israel, that is neighbor about 375. Japan, that is 260. If in India, we are doubling that from 30 to 60 or other 40 to 80, it will reduce our unemployment in a very big way. That's why, to increase our productivity and generate more employment, Bharat Sevak Samaj is proposing, along with Bharat Sevak Samaj activities, BSS Agri School. I am proposing my BSS colleagues to undertake. This is a very big activity for the villages of Indian people that we want to undertake in a very serious manner. And other thing, Bharat Sainik Welfare Council. You know, we are all keeping well in our house. Our Sainik people are protecting our country. They are living without sleeping for us. After the retirement of Sainik people and their families is a very big issue in the country. We want to care them. We want to take initiatives for the welfare of the Sainik people. That is also very crucial activities of our country. And another thing, BSS Women's Council. When Bharat Sevak Samaj was established in that time, women folk of the country were not very active in forefront of the society. But now, everywhere we can see the women folk is in forefront of the society. Bharat Women's Council is a functional body of Bharat Sevak Samaj. Mahila Samajams, lot of laws, several organizations are there. But Dr. Koshi recently saying, you see the skilled women people are very low in the country. Very low. We want to equip, we want to train them, we want to let them into a new arena. That is another proposal. And that another thing, Bharat Students Movement. The students, those who are studying, they are initiating several initiatives, several activities. We want attend the students' activities and create activities, new thinking models from the students' level. We want to expect and we want to give opportunities to them. Bharat Students Movement is another organization. And last one is Bharat Bal Vikas Mandal. Then Anganwadi movement in India. It was started by late Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi. Srimati Indira Gandhi was the first member of Bharat Sevak Samaj. She was very much interested to undertake BSS nurseries. BSS promoted lot of nursery schools in the country. Because that is our future. To equip our kids in a very careful way. For that, in India, Government of India initiated to start Anganwadis everywhere. We want to intervene in that matter. We want to modernize that Anganwadi with modern techniques and modern methodology. That will be a more responsibilities of Bharat Sevak people in the country. These are the activities we want to reorganize and we want to strengthen that system. Dr. Darliman Koshi presented 2 programs. That is one, Bharat Antyodaya Skill Education Base. That is our mantra. Base. For that, run. Reskilling, upskilling, new skilling. Reskilling, upskilling and new skilling. Run. And another thing he said, Barsik, Bharat Skill Innovation Research Center. Bharat Skill Innovation Research Center. These type of programs are the coming programs of Bharat Sevak Samaj. Coming decade will be a very crucial decade for our organization. I think you people can do lot of things. I know we are here, those who are attended here, you people are self-dedicated, self-devoted people are here. They are the real Bharat Sevak. The real Bharat Sevak people are assembled here. We want to build a new nation to become number 1 in the world. For that, our chief mentor, Professor Darliman Koshi, he is with us, he is leading us, he is proposing a manifesto. I feel, again and again I am saying about Dr. Darliman Koshi. Because he inspired us more, he inspired. I am very familiar with him last 50 years, 50 years I know him. He inspired us more and more. That's why. This is a very big opportunity to meet him and you people, discuss. We want to strengthen Bharat Sevak Samaj and the activities of nation building process. We can move forward. Thanking you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Chairman, for this inspirational speech. It gives lots of hope. Yeah, moving forward, I think all the representatives from all the states would have heard it to the core, and please accept it the maximum, because all he addressed was the real issues of India. Okay, now I go on to the next occasion, that is the inaugural address and launch of the BASE program by revealing the BSS BASE brochure, and this is done none other than by Ms. Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, IAS, Joint Secretary, MSDE, Government of India. Thank you.
There will be launch of my address.
After launch or before that? We'll launch it? Yeah. Base, yeah. Yes, it is base. Everybody has it in their everybody will be having the same thing in the bags which is given to you. Please go through. We are now doing another releasing of Basrik, that is done by Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, AICTE. That was well said, actually.
Thank you. Respected Chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, dignitaries on the dais, all the invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by congratulating the Bharat Sevak Samaj for completing 7 decades of glorious and exceptional service in various sectors, right from agriculture to modern healthcare worker training. I am happy to know that on the 70th anniversary of BSS, they are reinforcing the efforts towards vocational education and training. During my interaction with Dr. Koshi, I was informed that BSS has completed training of almost 2 million youth in close to 4,000 trades across the country during last 70 years. I am sure that these numbers will further increase significantly after launch of Bharat Antyodaya Skill Education Program. As we celebrate the 75th year of independence to create Atmanirbhar Bharat for future, all eyes are set on the young workforce to reap the demographic dividend in the country. As you know, by 2030, India will be the largest and youngest workforce, as more than half of its population, say more than 67%, will be below the age of 25 years. However, the labor force participation rate in India has not been synchronous to the workforce availability rate. This anomalous situation demands an urgent recalibration of our skilling strategy and other platforms. In 2015, Government of India, understanding the importance of skilling and workforce mobility, embarked on a very ambitious program, unprecedented in scale, to skill the youth of the country. And also this new ministry was formed, NSDC was initiated, and sector skill councils were formed. A lot of infrastructure institutions were created to achieve these targets and vision. Under Skill India mission, as of now, 20 central ministries of Government of India are implementing more than 40 skilling programs to empower the youth of the nation. Further, with active support of state government, Skill India mission has been successful in creating an enabling skills ecosystem across the country. Convergence with other ministries is also envisaged to harmonize the skilling activities across the country. Ministry of Skill has established a strong network of training institutes and skilling infrastructure across the country, including more than 14,000 ITI, more than 700 Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra, and large number of Jan Shikshan Sansthan. Since 2014, Skill Ministry has trained more than 3.9 crore youth through industrial training institutes and through different skilling program and schemes. Our ministry has already taken various measures for onboarding of industries in the skilling ecosystem. Industry-driven 37 sector skill councils have been established, and dual system of training in industry as well as in ITIs has already been initiated and introduced. A state-of-the-art digital backbone is being established in support the skill development initiative through Skill India Portal 2.0. Undoubtedly, skilling and entrepreneurship are being integrated with regular education, and now a new education policy has addressed the need to integrate vocational skills and education. To integrate vocational education with school education, the ministry has piloted Skill Hub initiative in country through government school, government colleges, and other government educational institutions. Integrating digital skilling and entrepreneurship training will also enable self-employment, talent utilization of the aspirational India. Employability skills including entrepreneurship has been embedded in national skill qualification framework courses. Skill India International initiative has also been initiated to make India the skill capital of the world. Strategic memorandum of understanding have been signed with close to 11 countries towards this purpose. Let me conclude by extending my best wishes to all the success to BSS and its future endeavors. Skill Ministry will be happy to explore modes to collaborate with BSS to further strengthen the skilling ecosystem across the country and empower the Indian youth to be more skilled and employable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, sir, to give his keynote address.
Namaskar, good morning to all of you. Sri B.S. Balachandran, Chairman of CBSS, our guest who has come here from the Skill Ministry, Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, Joint Secretary, MSDE, Sri Saig Mohsen, Vice Chairman, CBSS, Sri M.M. Hassan, former Minister and Chairman, Jayashree Microfinance Limited, Darli Koshi, who has been a mentor, who has done a splendid job of explaining about what all things are happening, and Madam Jaya Sri Kumar, and all the delegates who have come from different parts of the country, from different units of BSS. The very fact that the name Bharat Sevak Samaj, I was looking at it, it contains Bharat, the India. We'll need to take this country forward. Development of this country is the mission. Sevak, we are Sevaks. We want to serve the country, and that spirit of service is behind this. And it is a Samaj, society. So the entire society needs to be galvanized in order to make the development of this country and formally come into existence 70 years ago, but otherwise in history of 170 years. And we have had independence for the last 75 years. We are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. During such a juncture, and in the last 8 years, the emphasis on skill is gaining importance. There has been a special Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, which is so important for a country with a history of several thousand years. We all talk about Germany, South Korea, Australia. They are having people with more than 80% skilled manpower, 90% skilled manpower, and so on. And in our country, we don't have enough skilled manpower. It is only hovering around 20% itself. But look at our ancient times. Every village was skilled. Every individual was skilled. Because of some type of education which came in, and we started losing base in terms of skilling of our manpower, and because of the industrial revolution, large-scale production started, many of our skills lost. And that's why re-energizing this is very, very important, and Bharat Sevak Samaj has been doing wonderfully well. As Koshi mentioned in the beginning, all variety of things that are required to be done, he elaborated, and then whether it is Ministry of Skill, whether it is Ministry of Education, whether it is BSS, we need to work together. And most important part is, why are we segregating education from skills? Although there are two different ministries, someday it should merge, because every individual who gets education must also have some skills. Without skills, education is useless. And without education, skills are also useless, because they may not be able to achieve their best performance if they are not educated. They may get cheated, and therefore both education and skills are as important for each individual in the country. And that's why when they talk about Sarvodaya of Mahatma Gandhiji was talked about, or the Antyodaya of the present government, which is talking about going to the last man in the village, in a tribal area, also to be empowered by way of not only education, by skills.
so that they are employable, they are entrepreneurial, and they contribute to the development of the economy of the nation. It is 1.35 billion population. It's not small. And the youth in the age group of 15 to 29, who are the demographic dividend creators, if you don't support them, if you don't mentor them, if you don't give them that right kind of education along with skills, I think they will not be able to contribute to the economy of the country. And that's why this whole initiative of BSS is very important. Just now, in my hands, they asked me to release this voucher of BHASRIC, Bharat Skill Research and Innovation Center. And very exciting that we all talk about research, we all talk about innovation in the higher education system, and mostly in the domain of science, technology, medicine. Research has great importance, certainly importance, because the new technologies which get emerged, the applications of that for the society are very important and significant for the jobs, job creation, and also for the development of economy, which we are talking about 5 trillion now immediately, and then 10 trillion economy. Those will certainly serve a big purpose. But without skills is not possible, and that's why should there not be research in providing skill sets? And I think it's a wonderful idea that research need not be only in high-end scientific research, but it can also be in the domain of skills. How these skills can be imparted effectively, there has been no research made because the numbers are so large. We don't have so many trained teachers, faculty members, and therefore research in doing all of this as to effectively do it at a low cost, affordable cost is also very, very important. I remember a few years ago, there was a setup which was developed for welding. We all know that welding requires very high-end skills, and also it requires a lot of input in terms of money, whether it is the welding rod, the welding gun, and then the atmosphere you require to cover it. Instead of that, by creating a virtual welding machine where by using the technique of using the principles of electricity and the resistance, etc., you have a long wire and you create a gun which is of the same type while handling, but you move it, and the distance between the rod and the metal where it is welded has to be just about 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter. If it is more, the spark gets extinguished. If you got close, then also get extinguished. And therefore, that talent you require to acquire, and for that, if you start moving it on a virtual setup where there is no expenditure involved, one-time expenditure, and then you can train thousands of them. But the actual welding, anyway, they have to be trained. And the same thing is happening in terms of whether it is pilot training for aircraft, whether it is in terms of ships, whether it is in terms of simulators. They are all commonplace today. And therefore, research in creating such simulators in almost all the domains of skilling are important. Thereby, from place to place, in every place, the skill can be provided. That is an initial skill. Of course, they will have to work on the actual machine, where the tools are required to be used. Subsequently, our 80% of the cost can reduce, and we can reach out to more number of people through this use of technology. And that is what this center is required to do. There is a mention of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, which are all emerging areas of technology. And unless these technologies are also made use of in order to understand the weaknesses of the people where they lack, and then how do you overcome them, there will not be any use of using the tools like AI. And my request is AICT, which handles the technical institutions, about 3,000 plus engineering colleges, another 2,500 polytechnics. They have excellent workshops, laboratories. These facilities must be made use of by every citizen of the country, and BSS is most welcome to make use of these facilities. On our own, we have started advocating that there are children who get off the education sector at the 5th standard, at the 8th standard, 10th standard, 12th standard, and therefore our gross enrollment ratio, although in the school education is now near more than 95%, when it comes to 5th standard, it gets down, again goes down, and it is only 27% in the higher education. So there is a moral responsibility on all the higher education institutions, their management, the faculty members, that they need to train those unfortunate people who had to leave the schools in between, 5th, 8th, 10th. And therefore, we have a scheme called Karma, where any student who has left the school from the nearby region, please pick them up. Give them the skill training in your institutions so that they do not remain idle. You talked about NEET. That is, not in education, not in employment, and not in training. If not giving employment, not education, at least give training. And that's what I want our institutions to take forward, give training to our students from their colleges. Not only that, in their own college also, students who are finding difficulty in undertaking the education which they have taken up, maybe the courses which are there, they came in because of the pressure of the parents, peers, and they are not fitting well, but their interest lies somewhere else. Why can't we give them those skills so that they may score less marks in their normal curriculum but do well in the skill domain? This is another area under Karma which we are doing. The third area is, right from childhood, we want that children should be aware of the various types of skills which are possible, where employment is possible, what are the opportunities that are possible. So each college faculty and also senior students should go to the nearby schools and do the awareness campaign. Another thing which Chairman said was about awareness. There is a lack of awareness amongst our students, and that's why there is a big rush to go to either engineering college or medical college. But there are a huge number of opportunities that exist in the domain of job, and therefore, how do you create that interest on one side? And secondly, once we start doing skilling from the school education, which is talked about in the National Education Policy from the 6th standard onwards, for the next 6 years till they become 12th standard, at least 2-3 skills they should learn. It has two advantages. They will become employable right at the time of 12th standard passing. And secondly, they will all realize the difficulties, the hard work that is involved in the skilling, that involves dignity of labor also is going to be trained. I think these are very important initiatives of the government which have been going on. My best wishes for the 70th year celebration of the Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. There are many challenges ahead, but when there are challenges, they give us opportunities. Let us make use of this as opportunities and go ahead, serve the society, सेवक समाज. तो हम समाज को ऐसा निर्माण करेंगे जिससे हमारी सेवा के वजह से भारत एक बहुत ही उत्कृष्ट देश बन के दुनिया के सबसे बेहतरीन देशों में से बने जाएगा. नमस्कार.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insights and guidance given. And next we go on for the special address from the former Minister, M.M. Hassan, sir, the Chairman, Gentry Microfinance Limited. Release, pehle karna hai? Sir is now releasing the runway, the skill manifesto of BSS.
Yeah, no, we could have done it. I also missed it. Thank you.
Namaste, all of you. Honorable President of this session, my esteemed friend, Shri B.S. Balachandran, Chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, Honorable Joint Secretary of Government of India, Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, IAS, Honorable Chairman, AICT, Dr. Anil Saharbudde, my best friend, Dr. Darli Uman Koshi, Chief Mentor of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, Shri Saak Mohsen, Vice Chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, and Mrs. Jaya Srikumar, General Secretary, Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. I consider this as a privilege, honor to me to participate and speak this 70th anniversary celebration of Bharat Sevak Samaj. I have been associating with Bharat Sevak Samaj for the last 3 decades. At the time when our nation celebrates 75th year, Bharat Sevak Samaj, the organization, initially set up to undertake with people's participation the development programs formulated by the government is celebrating 70th birthday, and it is a matter of pride and happiness. With the participation of public, BSS had succeeded popularizing all its development programs and to reap unparalleled success out of it. If one looks at the major challenge faced by our nation is nothing other than unemployment and lack of productivity. Here comes the importance of the total employment, training for total development. The major programs coined and undertaken by BSS, people with skill knowledge, will accelerate the momentum of the society. We have to formulate a system where all people, irrespective of their age, work for national development in one way or other. BSS always motivate people to enter into any kind of creative work instead of wasting their time idly. If a person has skill expertise, the change he can bring to himself and to the society is unimaginable. If we are able to understand this difference, we can be aware of the essentially of each one engaging in one job or other. Our main mission should be to observe the society even at the minute angle level, evaluate and assess the problem and to arrive at solution. If I take a look on my experience with the microfinance sector, people always raise the demand to have small and medium loans for educational purpose. While we are talking about the education, be it skill, vocational or any other kind, it is crucial that lack of fund really hindered the future of the individuals earning for a living. In this regard, people always expect small and medium loans from financial institutions. But it is a regretful fact that our financial institutions, most of the times, show a negative attitude to the aspiring students. Assurance from the financial institutions is highly essential for the students to carry on with their studies, and it is the duty of all concerned to ensure that financial institutions never lets down the hope of an individual by hesitating financial support. Equally important is the case of skill training to women and to generate employment opportunities to them. It is an alarming fact that many are looking job in the organized sector, mainly after COVID-19. Similarly, small shops are getting closed down, and even the opportunity for daily wage jobs are reducing. All these factors poses the importance of skill vocational training. Hence, it is one of the great importance that we all should try our level best to promote skill vocational training programs undertaken by Bharat Sevak Samaj with a view to enhance the socio-economic status of the society. With these words, let me conclude. I wish all success in this historical conference. Thanking you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mrs. Jayashree Kumar, General Secretary, CBSS, to convey the vote of thanks.
Namaste. Respected Chairman, Central BSS, Sri Balachandra sir. Respected Joint Secretary, MSD, Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, IAS sir. Respected Chief Mentor, BSS, Dr. Daluman Koshi sir. Respected Chairman, Janasri Microfinance Limited, Sri M.M. Hassan sir. And my dear friends, other dignitaries of the stage, and also the members from BSS fraternity. Now we are moving on to the last stage of the inaugural session of 70th year celebration of Bharat Sevak Samaj. This celebration is highly historical just because of 2-3 things. The first is nation is celebrating its 75th and Independence Day. And the thing is that majority of the leaders who were behind the Independence Day celebration, independence struggle are the part of Bharat Sevak Samaj in the later stage. And it is a matter of great pride and privilege that BSS is celebrating the 70th year in this auspicious time of 75th year of India's independence. And the other 2-3 factors, actually we launched the BASE program here. BASE program, actually the Chief Mentor of Bharat Sevak Samaj, Dr. Daluman Koshi, as chairman speaking in the inaugural session, he only recalled about the people who are specialized under NEET, that is not in employment, not in education, not in training. So we have to focus on these people for getting India developed to a great extent. So we released the BASE program. The BASE program, it was the vision of Mahatma Gandhi's Sarvodaya program through Antyodaya, development of BASE people to the development of the nation. So that program is released in the 70th anniversary celebration of Bharat Sevak Samaj, and it is a program which we are looking with high aspirations and it's a dream project of Bharat Sevak Samaj in the 70th year of Bharat Sevak Samaj. That is highly a commendable program coined by Dr. Daluman Koshi as well as the Bharat Sevak Samaj management team. So we have placed this program before you, and it's a matter of pride that all will participate in this program as usual. And the next is a program of BASRIC. The launch of BASRIC was here. BASRIC means it's a Bharat Skill Research and Innovation Center. Actually, the youth have to be skilled. Even though there is education, maybe, as Anil Sahasrabudhe sir is saying, education and skill should go together. So that program also BSS has launched in this 70th year. And to the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Skill Development, I have to say that Bharat Sevak Samaj is running Janshishtan Sansthan in Kottayam. BSS is the parent body of Janshishtan Sansthan in Kottayam, Kerala. So in the year 2000 we started Bharat Sevak Samaj under Bharat Sevak Samaj, Janshishtan Sansthan in Kottayam. But I know the developments we are having through the skill ministry, because every day we are getting a lot of initiatives from the skill ministry, and I know you are the brain behind the skill ministry's initiatives. So it's a matter of great pride that we have the Joint Secretary for this inaugural session. So the 2 important programs we have launched here, and the thing is that we know BSS has completed 17 years of hope for the youth, and all the programs are being coined and implemented through the citizen or the common citizens of India. So as usual, we are calling the support and cooperation from all who are associated with Bharat Sevak Samaj, and not only associated with Bharat Sevak Samaj, who are dreaming for the development of the country, we are calling the interest from your side to join with Bharat Sevak Samaj. We are always welcoming everyone without caste, religion, creed, gender, or anything. Without any barriers, anyone can join Bharat Sevak Samaj for visualizing and finalizing this program. Now, I'll move to the next, my actual job. The inaugural session of the 70th celebration of Bharat Sevak Samaj was presided over by Dr. B.S. Balachandran sir, the chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. We all know he is the visionary and the ideology behind Bharat Sevak Samaj. He is a strong pillar. We don't know the pillar means everywhere he is the pillar. So it's not a single pillar or double pillar. Around us he is the pillar. So he is the stronghold behind Bharat Sevak Samaj. All the programs of Bharat Sevak Samaj, since he took over the charge as General Secretary of Kerala Pradesh and later as General Secretary of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, and now as Chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, all the programs are his ideas and his vision, and the teamwork he is maintaining with all the team members of Bharat Sevak Samaj. We do believe that with his leadership, we can move to greater further steps. So I extend my sincere vote of thanks to Valendra sir. K.K. Dwivedi sir, IAS, is the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Skill Development. So he has extended all the support from the Skill Ministry. As I said in the beginning, Skill Ministry is coming up with a lot of innovative programs. Being involved with the Generation Sansthan, I know what all the programs being implemented through Skill Ministry day by day. So all the programs are innovative programs, and BSR has to take part in all these programs as a skill institution. So he has extended all the support from the Skill Ministry. Thank you very much, sir, for attending this program, inaugurating. Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, the technocrat behind the AICTE, he has delivered a very good speech, and he also extended the support, technical support to Bharat Sevak Samaj in all his all the programs. He opened up the labs of in engineering colleges and polytechnics for Bharat Sevak Samaj and its students. So I sincerely extend my vote of thanks to him on his absence. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Daliuman Koshi, sir, as everyone mentioned in their individual speeches, he is the present inspiration behind Bharat Sevak Samaj to move to all these new initiatives, because with the vision he has over the past experience of 40 years in the designing field and skill field, I don't know what all imaginations and ideas he has. So we have to put all these ideas together to build up a new India. So being with Bharat Sevak Samaj is a great blessing for us, and it's a, I don't know how to thank you, and sincere thanks to you, sir. Sri M.M. Hassan, sir, he is always with Bharat Sevak Samaj, and he is the guiding force behind our various programs at Kerala level and also in national level. We extend our gratitude to M.M. Hassan, sir, for giving the special address. Sri S.A.G. Moisen, he is the Vice Chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, and he extended the warm welcome address. Thank you very much, Sri S.A.G. Moisen. And finally, and not the last, I am extending the thanks to all the people who are assembled here. I know all of you are associated with Bharat Sevak Samaj in one way or other. Otherwise, all of you are maybe some of you are intending to attend to associate with Bharat Sevak Samaj. So all are welcome, and expressing my great gratitude to all of you for making this program a grand success. Thanking you all once again. Jai Hind.
Yeah, definitely. With this, we are ending the first session, and we'll take a short break for 10 minutes. Tea has been arranged outside. You all have to go and have a refreshment and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you for the next session. Hello. This is a request for everyone to come back for the next session. Good afternoon. I hope the refreshments are over. I ask to come back and take the respective seats so that we can continue and wind up very much for a lunch break. Otherwise, the programs will be delayed. I request Shri Shubhrodo Paul, Patmadev Dalbendra, who are doing. No, two of them. Madam also, you? Subhrodo, everyone are there. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah.
Those who are presenting papers, please submit one copy of your presentation here. Do you have? Yeah, if you have, please. One copy. If you have two copies, give one copy. Only one copy. How many pages? 5 pages only. Good. Sir?
No, sir. How many papers altogether it will come?
How many pages you have? Two. Only 2 pages. Good. 5. This one? Okay. Good, good, good. Most welcome. So we want to maintain a time, that's all.
Thank you so much.
Now, வந்துட்டு திடீர்னு ஒரு 20 பேஜை வச்சு அவர் சார் சம்சாரிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சேன் வச்சு நான் எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் வீட்டில் படிக்கலாம்.
പറഞ്ഞല്ലേ ഞാൻ ചോദിക്കുന്നത് വിവരം സാറെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ സാറ് എവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നു? സംസാരിച്ചോണ്ടേ. അപ്പോൾ സാർ ഒരു 5 മിനിറ്റ്സ് സാറിനടുത്ത് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞേക്കും, 5 മിനിറ്റ്സിനുള്ളിൽ കയറണം. ഇത് ഇങ്ങനെ ഇട്ടിട്ടാണ് ഈ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഇത്രയും പേര് എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? ഇത് ആരെങ്കിലും വിചാരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ ഞാൻ എന്നെ സ്വന്തം യാതൊരു ഇല്ലാതെ people know who you are. But what this person in a diet is not അത് നമ്മുടെ അങ്ങനെ ഫോട്ടോ കൊടുക്കുന്നത് അങ്ങനെ
പുള്ളിയാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ അധ്യക്ഷൻ. ഇല്ല അത് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്താൽ ശരി. തെറ്റി എന്തെങ്കിലും പഠിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് അങ്ങനെ നിൽക്കാൻ. തോര തിളച്ച്
സാറ് പിന്നെ ഇവിടെ സാറ് ഗ്രീന് പിന്നെ ഒരു ലിവിയുണ്ട്.
അത് ആരെങ്കിലും അങ്ങനെ വേണം. എനിക്ക് അതായി നേരം പറഞ്ഞത്. എന്നുണ്ട് കേൾക്കാനെങ്കിലും ഒരാൾ.
Is the session delayed today?
No, sir. We have given an announcement, sir will come. Immediately will come. Within 5 minutes, sir. Please. You are from this?
I'm from Kolkata.
Please be seated. Thank you.
नहीं सर. चेयरमैन आ रहे हैं अभी, उसके बाद शुरू होगा. എനിക്ക് കുഴപ്പമുണ്ടോ? ഞാൻ നോർമൽ അല്ല.
ഒരാൾ കേട്ടോണ്ടിരുന്ന പ്രശ്നം തീരും.
അല്ല എനിക്ക് പ്രശ്നമല്ല, അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാവരും പോസ് ചെയ്യും. അങ്ങനെ അതിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ല. നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഹമ്പിളായിട്ടാണ് സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ആരും പോസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് നമുക്കൊരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ല.
ശരിയാണ്.
everything for the organization. അതിൻ്റെ നെയിമിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്, but not for our name. You should understand. അവർക്കാണ് പൈസ വേണം പറയുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് വേണ്ട. Chairman? Chairman? Shall I announce? Sir? No. They are all waiting for you. Chairman will come. Shall I start?
Yeah, you can just.
Without him?
Without him.
Announce
You
it.
can announce that persons are there.
Yeah, we are confirmed.
And
All are
that
sitting.
one Andaman person is there.
He is also doing a presentation?
No, he is involving in the discussion. I don't know where he is sitting.
അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ഒന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് 4 people are there. After that, madam ഒന്ന് just
Okay.
സ്വിച്ച് ഓഫ് മൈക്ക് സ്വിച്ച് ഓഫ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ്.
ആണ്.
വെളിയിൽ കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
So sorry for the delay that had happened. Now we are entering our next session of paper presentation. I'll read out the names in order. Please do come. First will be this presentation from the Vice Chairman, Central BSS, Sri S.A.G. Moisen, sir. Next person will be Sri Bintu Ketan, who is BSS Computer Institute, Gujarat. And the third one will be Sri Bhato Paul, Edivesta Skill Power Academy, West Bengal. And the fourth one will be from Sri Patmanav Dalbahera. He is from Apollo Institute, Orissa. So I'm welcoming S.A.G. Moisen, sir, to do his presentation. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all. Have you had a hot tea, coffee? Yeah? You are refreshed, na? Very good. Right. Let us start the paper presentation. Nearly 4 people are going to present today, the outer page. The first one, I am giving the contemporary issues on vocational education and skill training. I hope you have that paper with you. Right. Vocational education and skill training prepare people to take up employment in a skilled craft or trade as a trade person. Vocational education is a type of education that gives an individual to be gainfully employed or self-employed with their eco skills. It is known by various names depending on the country concerned. Whereas skill training is a career-oriented method of teaching workplace skills. It's aimed at providing personalized, hands-on training to employees in the workplace or prospective employees looking for employment, in order to equip them with the competencies required to perform a particular job. Let us see some contemporary issues on vocational education presently. So, dearth of institutions. All vocational institutions established after independence in India cannot said to be adequate. That's a problem. This problem can be solved with importing more vocational education institutions at all stages. Government at center and in states should provide more institutions to cope up with the increasing demand. However, in recent years, vocational education has grown popularly. That makes learning various trade and soft skills from established professionals easier than ever. Even Central BS is also doing the same. Okay, that's why you are all present here. Narrow curriculum. In technical and vocational institutions, there are provisions for only technical subjects. There is no place for liberal education. So, with their technical knowledge, the young men are not able to acquire knowledge of human relations and the social objects of production. So, it is needed that curricula of technical and vocational education should be broadened with the general and liberal education. We are also in the mood of this condition. Unsuitable medium of instruction. In all the institutions of modern India, English is the medium of instruction. The students who have passed through medium of Hindi or other regional languages find it very difficult to receive vocational education in English. Such students are disappointed and leave vocational institution after a term of stagnation. This sort of frustration brings loss of money, time, energy, but this unsuitable medium of instruction is already eradicated by Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. Here, students can read and write examinations and subjects in any languages. It's already, you know that. The death of teachers. Meritorious and able persons having received vocational education are always after fat salaries and other material gains. Sufficient respect is not accorded to teachers in society. Consequently, such institutions are deprived of able and talented persons. Government can solve this problem in attracting talented persons to be teachers in vocational institutions. Teachers should be given decent pay packets and the society should respect these builders of the man, but government should do it. Lack of continuation education. Young person completes the technical and vocational education and get employed. In the beginning, they are with the full of knowledge, but in the course of time, they forget many things. That brings lack of efficiency in their work. Part-time instruction should be provided to such person employed in jobs in order to improve quality of the work. Refresher courses may be organized to these in-service people with the recent development of knowledge in the field of science and technology. Actually, in this area, BSS decides already to send a capable instructor or teachers in the in-house training in the industry itself. It is under pipeline. Lack of practicals. More theoretical knowledge will not suffice for successful candidates to go for establishing small workshops and small industries. So a practical training should be properly organized, and young enterprises need to be given practical knowledge of starting industries and setting up business firm. We are also planning, maybe our chairman will launch that startup training, that program we may be launching soon to solve this such kind of problems. Few other reasons to be eradicated in vocational education and skill training. It is a high dropout in secondary level, that's the biggest issue. Then private and industry participation is lacking, that's another important issue. Less number of vocational institute country, but anyway, more or less BS has solved such problem. Now we have more than 14,700 institutes all over India and 7 other countries we have. Not adequate number of trained faculty. Still, it's also big problem in BSS, the trained faculty. More than 15 years, we have been conducting academic staff college. But even though we are running that academic staff college, we couldn't reach the sufficient level. It's a really challenge. Still, it's a challenge. We are facing it. Then vocationalization at all levels has not been successful. That's correct. Lacking in new sectors of vocational education and skill training. But here, we changed many things. Actually, in 2010, you suppose, if you refer our course calendar, we had only 300 to 400 courses. At present, we have nearly more than 1,200 courses, more than 40 disciplines. Okay, so we tried our level best to clear this point. Now, acute shortage of skilled instruction teachers in the country, that's that major issue. It is government should work on that concept. Absence of sound national vocational education training system and standard. Now the new education policy may bring solution for this point, maybe. Then intolerance of courses leading to a mismatch between the labor market and needs and the training skills. But BSS solves such kind of issues. What's the demand in the market? Based on that, our courses are designed. Actually, like a university, we are not having a special academic board to prepare and launch the courses. You are all members of academic board, correct? So whatever the courses, okay, you are recommending from the ground level, okay, we are just evaluating those things and straight away accept and launch the courses. Because those materials, whatever you prepare, those syllabus, whatever you prepare, whatever the curricula, everything, it is based on the local demand. That local demand will satisfy. That is the main reason the success of vocational education system of central BSS, because that is the reason you are all behind that. Actually, you are all the real reason for the success of that vocational education program. Okay. Absence of integrated in-plant apprenticeship, that's what we hope in the next year we will launch that, these instructor programs in the direct, we are planning to, in the direct training in the industry. Okay. It's a high dropout, it's naturally in the 11th and 12th. Now in new education policy, the government announced educational vocational training program or skill training program will be started from 6th onwards. That's a good thing. It may be solved in another 1 decade, it may be solved. Okay. Private and industry participation is lacking. That's what we are trying now. Out of these 14,000 institutes, we are planning to connect with the industry. Suppose you are running a hotel management, you just connect with the ITC. Suppose you are running any airline-related program, connect with the Indigo or GMR. This way we are planning that. You may receive a letter within 1 or 2 months regarding that. The industry collaboration. We are going to making, it is a perfect execution. Okay, that's why we are planning that. But also, we are planning it's a mandatory. Is it possible? If it is, we make a mandatory, is possible? You are all ready? How many vote for that? Raise your hand. All are ready? Then I am so happy. So you will get a letter next week, not next month. Okay? Okay, that's what we want. Actually, without the mandatory rules, it is very difficult. People won't come forward. So that's what. Anyway, next week I forward a letter. Okay, you make that your not only it's a theoretical training, you make it as a practical training, in-house training in the company. That's we want. Okay. Okay, then in India, vocational training is always about very entry-level jobs, never country that aspirational, that we cannot do anything, but it's an entry-level job, but we have to make it. It's a lack of social acceptability. Then that society should change. We have to wait for another 30 years, then only it will be changed. So what to do? Certain things we are planning. Adequate infrastructure should be provided in schools. School also should be properly equipped for teaching and learning. Then adequate enlightenment campaigns should be carried out in order to educate the society about the importance of technical and vocational education. Anyway, for the 21st century, for the past 2 decades, it has the society perspective has been changed, I think. That's why many people are coming inside the system, because you are our only society. So that it has been changed. I hope within 2030, we will reach at least 50,000 vocational training centers in India and abroad. I hope it will work out. Right. Trade should be industrial, there should be industrial participation in vocational school. That's what I already shared. Next week I will forward the letter. Also, there should be an arrangement for students to visit the industrial area. This, we are going to make it's a mandatory point. You will cooperate that one point. Okay. Industrial visit video, we need. Okay. If we make a mandatory, then we won't issue a certificate without the video. Yeah, that's what. That you decide. What industry related to your courses, you can decide. But you must do it. Without WhatsApp video, I won't allow to release a certificate. Are you accept the challenge? Yes. Then okay. You, okay. Then most welcome. You can. Okay, right. That's, yeah. Yeah, welcome. Welcome. But we need a proof. Yeah, suppose you already shared with me, I'll put a flex for you. Okay, right, good. Good. Anyway, we are going to make it a mandatory policy in BSS system. That's what I will. Okay, skill training needed in that major area is that banking and financial services. The another 20 to 30. This decade is the banking and financial services. There's a lot of job opportunities going to open there, so we have to consider that. IT and IT-enabled service, electronics design, engineering design, retail, beauty and wellness, health, hospitality, apparel, textile, food processing, gems and jewelry, handicraft, media and entertainment, automotive, strategic manufacturing, telecom, power, rubber, business process outsourcing, that means PPO, sports, physical education, fitness, leisure, management and entrepreneurship program. Those areas we have to. The entrepreneurship only startup, we are planning that, no? I told you. So the vocational education ecosystem in its current form has not succeeded in the creating adequate employable job seekers in India, as more than 60% of candidates and employees find these courses ineffective. That's a major important thing we have to consider. Okay, whatever that industry people in CI member, and I used to meet the people, that people said, what are your students not equipped in our standard, industry standard. That's what we are planning to send a compulsory, okay, training there. So you, as a institute person, you should more concentrate on the practical training, not in your institute. It's a in-house in the industry. That's very, very important. That is not only you are developing your institute, that also you are doing a great service to the society. Okay, that's the important thing. Right? Okay, the survey revealed that primary reasons for the disconnect between vocational education courses and the industry, that is a main issue. Absence of rich academic content. Now we are focusing the rich academic content. Now we are focusing that point. You are all lacking of material. Am I right? Anyway, I uploaded around 2 lakh pages of material, but it's not specially concentrated. It's a vague one. I know that. Okay, it's a vague one, but it's more than 2 lakh pages I uploaded. It's a free of cost only uploaded. But here now within this year, within 2022, we will upload each topic with a qualified person talk as a audio, video, visuals. Okay? You have to clap it. Okay? If you are not recognizing, how can I concentrate more on there? Okay, that videos we are preparing now, the Green Mat studio ready, everything ready. Now we are going to make a pakka videos of each topic. For example, you are running hotel management, it's what's that, bed making. The bed making, complete bed making, half an hour video, it's available on our website. The one video which explain complete detail in the 5-star hotel. Okay? The same way, airline, ground force. You are training, the same training we will be captured and uploading each topic wise we are planning. It will be uploaded maybe within this year. That it is under process then. Then inadequate funding, yeah, we have funded, no problem. Negative perception about these courses, that is slowly changing. Okay, the negative perception. Another key issue is the lack of awareness about these courses as well as the lack of scope for continuing. The lack of awareness, what BSS is ready to do that. We have a lot of mission. Have you seen our central BSS website? 10 mission we have. Okay, life skill mission, social welfare mission. Here we are allocated already lot of funds, but you are the people to utilize that without any fraud. Are you ready? Yeah, I am ready to give fund. Okay, but we need execution, everything you have to capture by video and forward it. Okay, now you just visit YouTube, you type Central BSS Services. Now thousands of videos are available now. Thousands of videos are available, whatever the services we are doing throughout India, even some photographs also fixed in the flags outside of that hall. Okay, the same way I welcome you in the occasion to do such kind of social welfare and life skill mission, all mission related works, we are ready to fund. Without any fraud, you submit videos, we are ready to give a fund, no doubt. Nearly more than 100 institutes now people are doing now. Anyway, I need a participation of more than 10,000, not 100. Okay, we need. Okay, right. It ordered vocational education strengthen any country's employment and the same way its economy. That's good. See that our vision, our chairman vision and my vision in 2030, the Central Bharat Sevak Samaj has developed a now big vocational education ecosystem in India and are trying to extend all Commonwealth countries. Okay, hope within 2030, Central BSS will reach at least 100 countries with its vocational and skill training wings. At present, we are present in 7 countries. I hope in our 75th anniversary year, we will conduct 2 conferences. One is national, one is international. So you be ready to attend our international program in Dubai or Singapore in 2027. Thank you very much, Jagan.
Thank you so much, sir. I invite Shri Bintu Ketan, BSS Computer Center, Gujarat, for the next presentation.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. My sincere respect to all the dignitaries seated on the stage and everyone that has traveled from across the country to be a part of this magnificent event. To begin with, I come from an eternally spiritual land, Somnath, Viraval, Prabhas Kshetra, wherein Lord Krishna took his last breath and Lord Shiva's first Jyotirling is rested. My land is also known as Hari and Har's land. Hari means Sri Krishna and Har means Mahadev Shivji. Many of you must have visited Somnath. I have started my professional path way back in 1995, when the world of computers was on a surge, where people were so excited and curious to know about computers as they are about Mars today. Speaking of computers, I started my computer academy 27 years back. And by God's grace, it has flourished ever since. I have started with few computers and in a very small space. But today, scenario has changed. It's like small college. While I was fond of teaching, for which I started this academy, I also became a professional and entrepreneur in my town, where most women are not encouraged to become self-sustained. पता है, आज भी मेरे गांव में लोग मेरे नाम से मुझे नहीं जानते. क्या कहते हैं? कंप्यूटर वाली मैडम, BSS मैडम. एंड आई फील सो हैप्पी कि मेरा प्रोफेशन ही मेरी पहचान बन गई है. वेल ऑनेस्टली, where I have started my computer academy, there were two kinds of people. First sector was so keen on the emerging trend and other was orthodox enough to accept this change. I have had the opportunity to handle both. I grew more interest in the first set of people and changed the opinion of the latter. Today, on the 70th anniversary of Bharat Sevak Samaj, I feel privileged to be able to deliver a talk on women empowerment. जी हाँ, मैं आज आपको जो फर्स्ट सेशन में सारे BSS के प्रोग्राम्स के बारे में जो इन्फॉर्मेशन दे गई है, सेकंड सेशन कुछ अलग है. मैं आपको वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट मैं क्या मानती हूँ उनके बारे में मैं आपको अपनी राय दूंगी. I would like to share my dinner table talk with you all today. Actually, my daughter and I share a very affable relationship. Once she asked me about the same topic, Mom, what is empowerment and why do women need empowerment and not men? Actually, there is no special definition of empowerment. Empowerment can have different meaning to different people, depending on their experiences, circumstances, hopes, and dreams. But we can define empowerment as the process of becoming stronger and more powerful, especially on controlling one's life and claiming one's rights. This is same for both men and women. But unfortunately, whenever we type empowerment in search engine, क्या बताएंगे? Google क्या बताएगा? About women empowerment, right? Why has empowerment become synonymous to woman? As we all know that women have been oppressed by opposite and identical gender, beginning with sati pratha or female infanticides ages ago, or accusing a female for her ill driving skill or getting promotion in favor of personal return. Women have always been undermined. As we all know that women are about half the population in the world. Even with such an acute understanding and knowledge, the said reality prevails. In society and the world in which we live, women are often not allowed to part or say her decision in many professions. I remember one enlightening incident of last Friday. Today is Friday, no? Last Friday, Shravan Sud Ashtami. There was a beautiful Shringar of Ardhanareshwar on Somnath Jyotirling. Ardhanareshwar means half Shivji and half Parvatiji. Being a creator of this entire world, Shivji believes that I am nothing or I am incomplete without Parvati ji. She has the power to run this world properly. She has the power. She means woman, or you can say Parvati ji. I think woman empowerment has started from the time of Shivji. मानते सब कुछ हैं, भगवान को पूजते हैं, बट क्या वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के बारे में या तो हर एक क्षेत्र में स्त्री का इम्पोर्टेंस जो होना चाहिए वो हम मानते हैं क्या, ये हमें सोचना है. Despite knowing all this, the condition of women in many areas of our country is still pitiable. मगर आज मैं ठहरी यहाँ पर एमपी क्वार्टर में हूँ, मेरे भैया एमपी हैं, और वहाँ से हम लोग जब यहाँ पर आ रहे थे तो आई हैव सीन राष्ट्रपति भवन, और मुझे द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी की याद आ गई कि उसने सारे स्टीरियोटाइप्स तोड़ के, सारे ग्लास पार्टीशन को तोड़ के उड़ीसा के एक छोटे से गांव से लेके दिल्ली के राष्ट्रपति भवन तक की सफर तय की. वी सैल्यूट हर कि आज हमारे देश में ऐसा कानून है, ऐसा एम्पावरमेंट है कि जिनके जरिए आज द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी हमारी राष्ट्रपति हैं. मगर फिर भी एम्पावरमेंट इज नेसेसरी. Empowerment of women is necessary for the very development of a society, since it enhances both quality and quantity of human resources available for the development. Women's empowerment and achieving gender equality are essential for our society to ensure the sustainable development of our country. Empowering women is essential to the health and social development of families, communities, and country. When they are living safe, fulfilled, and productive lives, they can reach their full potential, contributing their skills to the workforce and can raise happier and healthier children. We all know that woman performs the role of partner, wife, mother, administrator, organizer, health officer, artist, and queen in the family at the same time. अब सबको अपनी अपनी मम्मी याद आ गई होगी for sure कि मेरी मम्मी भी ऐसी हैं, मुझे भी याद आ गई. My mother has started her venture before 40 years. 40 years ago, she has started her venture and she was awarded by government of Gujarat for her venture. So ladies and gentlemen, starting today, let us educate our brother, son, father, husband and friend to respect women in all walks of life. I end up my speech by saying some golden tips, by giving some golden tips to all my beautiful women. Life is a journey between B and D, birth and death. Between B and D, there is one character C. C means choice. Choice between right and wrong. Choice between get hurt and don't get hurt. Choice between suffer, not to suffer. Choice between give excuses all the time, find your own way. Choice between crying all the time, control your emotions. Take your choice and live life happily, because no one else can help us as much as we can. And yes, one beautiful thing that we all have to remember, and seeing ourselves in front of mirror. Which lines? I am beautiful inside out. Yes, I am beautiful. I can do anything. I can achieve everything. Let us love ourselves internally to glow externally. फिर ब्यूटी पार्लर की जरूरत नहीं रहेगी. We can do anything, right? So, अच्छे काम की शुरुआत चलो आज इस मंच से, इस स्टेडियम से, इस माहौल से आज करें. आज BSS के ये कार्यक्रम में ये हम संकल्प करें. Thank you. Thank you so much for a patient listening. Jai Hind.
Madam Chairman. Sorry? Chairman is called. Thank you so much, ma'am. That is so inspiring being a woman. I should also. Thank you so much. I'll call on the next person. History Subroto Paul, Eduvista Skill Power Academy, West Bengal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Say good afternoon, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, that's nice. My sincere respect to Sag Maisen sir, Dali Uman Kosi sir, B.S. Balachandran sir, K.K. Dwivedi sir nahi hai abhi, M.M. Hassan sir, Jaya Shri Kumar madam, and of course Bindu Ketan madam. Myself is Subroto Paul. I'm from Kolkata, West Bengal. My organization's name is Eduvista Skill Power Academy. So what my academy does, we train fire and safety. We deals in fire and safety training, starting from diploma, advanced diploma, PhD diploma, BSc, it's a university program, and MBA in fire safety. I founded my organization 11 years back when I was a corporate professional. I worked with Reliance and Tata Tele for long 12 years. After that, when I was a corporate professional, मैं जब नौकरी करता था, मैं जब रात को 10 बजे 11 बजे घर लौटता था, तो मेरे को एक अजीब सा एक महसूस होता था. I have never valuated for myself, neither for this society. Though I was in a big position in a corporate, so I decided to मैं ये नौकरी नहीं करना है. तो इन द ईयर ऑफ 2015-16 उससे पहले मैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बना चुका था. आई लेफ्ट माय ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड आई एम कंटिन्यूइंग विथ माय ओन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. टुडे आई एम गोइंग टू से यू समथिंग अबाउट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड व्हाट वी नीड टू expect and what we need to do and what we expect from the authority. Transforming India job ready. Need of skill-based educations. As we all know that industry drives any modern civilization. We're declaring India is a growing country. Many industry like production, manufacturing, technology, service, whichever it may be. स्किल्ड वर्कर चाहिए, है ना? कोई भी इंडस्ट्री स्किल्ड वर्कर, स्किल्ड प्रोफेशनल के अलावा नहीं चलेगा. तो वी नीड टू ट्रेन आवर सोसाइटी एस्पिरेंट्स, करियर एस्पिरेंट्स इन दिस पर्टिकुलर मीडियम. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड, इंडस्ट्री नीड्स स्किल्ड वर्कर्स. बहुत सारे करियर एस्पिरेंट्स हमारे चारों तरफ है. वी नीड टू ब्रीच देम प्रॉपरली. To bridge them properly, there are so many challenges. Sometimes it's a fees problem, sometimes location problem, trainer problem. We need to work it out
work on out, and definitely we have to analyze particular things. We have to also sit with SAG sir and other authorities. Though the specific growth of economy paused due to pandemic aspect happened worldwide in the last 2 years, we have faced huge problem in 2019 and 2019 to 21. Now, I'll talk about something about upgrading skill education. Today, we have something about 1,040 to 1,050 universities in India, out of which a big number of universities are trying to enrich their curriculum through skill education. If I talk about the business part of the university, I have gone through many universities' curriculum. They have good curriculum in skill education, and their regular basis, they are enriching their curriculum also. So it is also enriching our education system in this particular university courses. Today, government is also providing good opportunities to the youth as per their choice and requirement. This aim to increase the employability rate to at least 70%. Skill awareness programs are helping the people to understand the prospect of skill training initiative and help to achieve more targets. Skill development enhances the proficiency of a person in any particular area. Skill enhances to build the professional network, better communication, negotiation skills. Skill is something that can be achieved by learning. Skill training is helping the people to identify, train, nurture their innate talent in the desired field. As per Bloomberg economic article and its projection, India's GDP will grow from $2.7 trillion in 2019 to $5 trillion in 2025 and $8.4 trillion, yes, my dear friends, $8.4 trillion in 2030. Let me mention two examples of two countries. Japan, with none of natural resources, become a major industrial power and the most efficient producer of steel. It demonstrated that human beings remain central to competitiveness and the creation of wealth in industrial age. Japan began its modernization by enforcing compulsory school education. अनिल सर ने कुछ देर पहले बोला था, स्किल एंड एजुकेशन दोनों चाहिए. विदाउट एजुकेशन, विदाउट स्किल. स्किल के बिना एजुकेशन नहीं होगा, एजुकेशन के बिना स्किल नहीं होगा. दोनों चाहिए. तो जापान हैज बिगन कंपल्सरी एजुकेशन इन स्कूल सिस्टम. And the country was fully literate in early 1874. Germany is a good example. With higher per hour wage cost, it remains a global competitive manufacturing economy. It was the largest exporter of manufacturing goods till last few years. German products command a premium price of technology and quality. At BSS, we have found excellent skill sector schools. Allied health education, agriculture, automobile, architecture, dairy, fishery, hospitality, in my case, fire and safety, and many more. Sir has just announced that right now we are having more than 2,000 skills. It is really appreciated thing. Many thanks to BSS authority. We are Eduvista Skill Power Academy trying to transform general student into special student. We train class 12 and general graduates and place them before their course completion. Mainly 1-year course. And as Sir mentioned that industrial visits or like visiting in different companies mandatory. In our curriculum, a candidate has to attend minimum 5 to 6 offline classes per week. Our trainer is, in this particular field, trainer is very rare. Trained fire safety professionals are very rare. We trained, all our trainers are minimum 20 to 30 years old. I believe that in technical education, a trainer should have a work experience, at least minimum 12 to 15 to 20 years, because it's not a history or geography or general course. And in our system, every student has to take part in minimum 8 industrial visits in 1 year, at least. Otherwise, he cannot join in the final examination. He cannot sit for the final examination. I'll definitely ask much more help from SAG sir, from other authority from BSS, so that I can indulge much more student, general student, in this particular skill-based training. I have a big dream. मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि बहुत सारे जो poor students हैं, जिनके पास ये affordability नहीं है, उनको train करूँ with a bare minimum cost or with no cost. And ये field में बहुत सारे candidate का requirement है, तो उनको अच्छा जगह place करने से already I have placed more than 2,000 students in different corporates. So 2,000 students आज का डेट में they are working in different corporates. They are maintaining their livelihood, and many of them has reached in regional position within 4 to 5 years. So thank you so much for your patience, for listening to me. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Well done, good. You'll get it, whatever your demand will be.
The next presentation is to be done by Shri Patmanav Dalbahera, Apollo Institute, Orissa.
Namaste to all. Respected Chairman Sir, President Sir, and all the dignitaries, and all my friends. I am from Apollo Hospital, Bhubaneswar. The institute name is Apollo Institute of Allied Health Science. We have started our institute. Personally, I'm telling you, in 2016, I started the institute with very minimum students, 2-3 courses only, which were most important are regular courses, paramedical courses. Now, we have 21 courses in Apollo. It's my immense pleasure to address this congregation of eminent people from across the country, humbled by the gesture of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, has shown towards each and every participant for today's program. It also marks 70 years of glorious services of BSS that the institution has been rendering. It is not only a matter of pride for me, but for each one of us present over here. When we dream of doing something for the society, little deal we realize that we had trodden a path of development, a path that shall define the youth of those days. I am sure have grown up to become responsible citizens of our country. These youngsters shall become the motivation for many in the years to come. As we gather over here to understand the challenges that we have faced, we also come together to celebrate success of each such participant who, through our guidance, have been able to contribute to the society. As all of you are, we have faced a unique situation in last 2.5 years, since March 2020. Mankind has never seen such or faced such kind of situation and challenges, where we have lost very near and dear in our own hands. Yes, I am talking about the pandemic situation of coronavirus, which refined and re-refined each one of us. Coming from the healthcare background, the challenges were more large. When the pandemic started in March 2000, little did we know that the entire human race would stand threatened at one point of time. It was man versus the world of nature, in one kind of threat that loomed over the entire globe. The challenges faced were unique on every new day. When we started our institution in 2016, it was a very unique, one of the its kind, offering the entire Eastern India in Bhubaneswar, which was the fast growing city and smart city, as called as temple city also. So, get a new dimension in healthcare. We started training people who had the interest in healthcare through our professional courses. We had students from across the state who came to appreciate day shift service in the healthcare. My sincere gratitude to all teachers and the framework of Apollo Hospital's leading healthcare brand in Asia for having modeled these youngsters into the street through professional. I think one of my chief consultant of critical care, Dr. Sarmili, I think she is not here. She is also running one institute. So I'm very much thanks to her. During the pandemic situation, she has done an excellent job in our Apollo Hospital to serve many people's life, save many people's life. So workforce requirement for healthcare sector has grown 35.9 lakhs in 2013. Now in the early of 2022, it is 70 lakhs. It is 70 lakhs. So we shift focus towards the quality of service, particularly with the rising demand for tertiary and quaternary care. The industry requires specialized and highly skilled resources. As a result of this shift, a large increase of demand, healthcare support staff, particularly expected. However, the skewed distribution of healthcare, teaching and professional remains matter a great concern. Currently, we have trained in this year more than 100 students to become professional, who are in turn a part of our hospital and many other hospitals. The importance of research of skills and knowledge, experience, developing leadership in healthcare environment can hardly be disputed. However, what we identified and propagated was emotional intelligence, which is valuable social skill in healthcare professional. We have also realized that executives should possess to become effective leaders in their professional fields. Within any industry profession, there are different sets of skill applicants must be learned to develop. These skills are commonly categorized in two skills. One is hard skills, one is soft skill. Hard skills are specific, teachable abilities that can be defined and measured. Hard skills are also identified as abilities or knowledge needed to fulfill specific tasks. Hard skills in healthcare profession are constantly thought out throughout the curriculum and are practiced through skill lab and clinical assignments. For every healthcare professional, there are defined and measurable hard skills that are expected to be mastered when applying for a position. However, it should be noted that when evaluating potential employees for chosen healthcare profession, these hard or technical skills are not the only factor being evaluated. Soft skill or personality skill are harder to measure but are no less important or valuable than hard skill. In fact, there are those who would argue soft skills are crucially important to patients and families during experience within the part of the healthcare system. Example, personality skills, excellent communication, compassion and patience, flexibility, adaptability, and emotional stability. Proactively, ethically, responsible nature, honesty, effective team player, strong ethics, and important is time management in the healthcare system. There are certain additional desired personality or soft skill, but there are some of the most noted when working in nursing and healthcare professional out of all skills mentioned above. Being able to communicate effectively is one of the most vital skills in the field of healthcare sector. Being able to listen, comprehend, and explain clear terms of patient, their caretakers enhance the ability to provide patients with effective and individualized care. Clear communication with the team members and trained every student with the appropriate passion to develop hard and soft skill alike, which has been showing result. We are looking forward to further augment our strength and passion to continue doing this work for future generations to come. This year, my aim in Apollo is because we have in Apollo 350-bedded hospital in Bhubaneswar. Recently, this year, we inaugurate our Cancer Institute. So there are lots of challenges for manpower of paramedical staff, like radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and chemotherapy nursing. So definitely my target is this year, I will start this training in Apollo so that people will get benefit. Thank you. Jai Hind, sir.
We have one more presentation by Mr. R.P. Moses, but before that, we have Dr. Ramesh Ilaman, Chairman BSS Kerala here. So I invite him for a special address.
Respected Dr. Balachandran, the captain of this organization who has been steering this ship through the blue ocean of social service. Sri Darli Mankosi, Sri Moisen, and of course Sri M.M. Hassan, all the other dignitaries here assembled here, and all the honorable workers of the BSS. This almost 1:15, and probably a wolf might have started crying in our stomach, so suffer us for a little time more. And I remember when in the different stages when I have been talking with the famous Bishop Chrysostom Tirumeni, he used to start his talk with a sentence, I am starting the talk, please cooperate with me by starting to sleep. And let me add, cooperate with me by starting to snore, if not more. So, the very little time which I am getting, I don't want to transform myself in the technical aspects of this organization, rather, that has been very widely discussed and designated. On the opposite, I would like to very briefly jump into the soul of this organization, rather the soul of whatever organization we are representing. Let me first invite all of you to the world-famous talk which Panditji made during the day when we got liberty. Panditji was telling, at the stroke of this midnight hour, when the whole world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. A moment comes which comes only rarely in history, when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends, when the soul of a nation, long suppressed, finds utterance. So this is the moment which BSS also is facing. We are stepping into from the ordinary platform to an extraordinary platform on the 70th year of our working. And Nehruji added, let us work for the larger cause of humanity. And let me very humbly remind you, including myself, all the humble workers of this great organization should aim themselves to work for the larger cause of humanity, not for ourselves. And in the 14th August, Panditji, in his famous speech in Indian Parliament, said, long years ago we made a tryst with destiny. His famous speech, one of the famous 10 speeches in the whole history of this world, speech history. So, long years ago we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge. The ambition of the greatest men of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. Let me add the words of Nehruji, to wipe every tear from every eye. That must be the motto of a social organization, including the BSS. So that may be beyond us, but as long as there are tears and suffering, so long our work will not be over. So as long as tears trickle from the eyes of this Mother India, our work will not be over. That must be the sole point which should govern the inner cells of your heart when you enter the step of social service. See, we have to effect a lot of transformations as a social organization in the economic fields, in the spiritual fields, in the democratic fields, in the technical sections that have been so much debated. And Tagore in his Gitanjali said, but the world is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where tireless striving stretches his arm towards perfection, into that heaven of freedom. Oh my Father, let my country awake. So where the world, where the words come from the depth of truth, and where knowledge is free, where there is no distinction between man and man, that should be the social concept of an organization. Let me humbly add, I'm not at all touching the technical side, I'm touching on the general side. And see, the tradition of India was Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. In Sanskrit it said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. Truth is one, sages call it variously. So, you see a number of liquids in bottles. The colors of the bottles are different, and so the same water in one contained will be red, another will be blue. But you have to remember, containers are different, but content is the same. Containers are different, but content is the same. That is Ekam Sat. That was the cultural fulcrum, focal point or nucleus of this nation. As a social organization, that must be the motto which should guide us in our activities. Vande Mataram, Jai Hind, Charka, Khadi, Salt Satyagraha. I was not going to conclude. I was just tweeting some slogans. Suffer me for 5 minutes more. So that must be our motto. What is what I said. So at this 70th year, what should this organization think? One is, this is the time to think about our attainments, what milestones we have crossed, each of you. Second is, to feel proud about the milestones we have crossed. I remember my dead father, who has been once the chairman of this institution. And I honestly believe it is only because of his blessings that I am in this stage. Otherwise, I would not have been here. So they were freedom fighters, even with Gandhiji, and their ideologies, surprising ideologies of the forefathers, that should govern us. And not to lose hope during times of conflict. Madam referred to it, Madam in the previous talk, talked about dream. And I remember a famous sentence about dream, which I have been talking in my personality talks to students. I tried to walk without a dream, and I fell down. I tried to walk without a dream, and I fell down. So you should have dreams, ambitious dreams, to empower this nation. She referred about the ladies also. Yatra naristu pujyante remande tatra devata. Wherever ladies are respected, gods get placed. That is our concept. So all this should govern us. And we have to, environment problems are there, you know. As a great organization, we have to delve deep in the environmental problems that are governing this country. And Wordsworth said, an impulse from a vernal wood can teach you more of man, of moral evil and of good than all the sages can. Even the slightest movement of a tree can teach you more of man. That is what Wordsworth said. So environmental problems should be our matter of concern, social problems, and say we have been struggling ourselves for the last few years, and we have to move forward. Let the contributions of the great ancestors of the BSS be an inspiring factor which fills our veins with energy. Let us cast back their studies and learn lessons to walk through the past and the future. And let us again thank the great leaders of this. We are reaching the 75th year of our independence struggle. Let us honorably remember all the great leaders who lived, fought, and died for us. And let me conclude my talks with the last lines with Panditji, marked in his book. Maybe you know, isn't it? When Panditji was dead, the private secretary went to his room, and Panditji had a habit of reading some book before going to bed, and he had marked 4 lines, the famous 4 lines of Robert Frost. And let me repeat this as a concluding message. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. That was what Nehruji marked from this poem. And as gentle workers of the BSS, let us remember at this juncture, we have miles to go before we sleep, and miles to go before we sleep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really inspirational. And I call upon the last person for the presentation, Dr. R.P. Moses, Yeshuveda Education Institutions. So please.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबडी। सही टाइम में मैडम मेरे को माइक दिया। सबका बुका है, मेरे को भी बुका है, इसलिए जल्दी अब कदम करूँगा। आई एम कमिंग फ्रॉम अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड thank you. For this reason only I came by flight. There is no way from Andaman. We are reaching to mainland. First of all, I wish our chairman and vice chairman and secretary madam and those who are previously participated this stage, everybody, like my colleagues of all the head of the institutes from national wide. I once again thank for BSS organization, because this is not only education provided institute. In my personal experience, this BSS is given life provided institution also. Because of हम ये BSS से बहुत ज़्यादा सीख लिया. 2016 when we met the demonetization. That day I get the approval from BSS for my institute. In this matter, I am going to share with you one good experience about BSS. Evening 4:30, I was in the Chennai program office for getting approval. Then there is no time for only 1 hour is going to close the office. That time, the PO madam told me, I remember herself now also. I think she's watching the live program now. I thankful herself. I'm not only thankful for herself only. All the BSS staffs, very, very, very blessed and like angels, they are helpful us, for especially myself. That day madam told, sir, only half an hour is there. We are going to close the counter. So you please go and bring in case your card and everything, the money, but we are waiting till you come. We are giving the approval and everything. You see, the first experience, I get very good touch with the BSS management. 5 o'clock, 5:15, I bring the money from the bank. I deposited the counter. They are giving the receipt. 5:30, I leave from the BSS program office, which is in the Tambram. I reach the 6 o'clock the Tambram railway station. Phone come from island, our Andaman Island. Our nation is getting demonetization. If you have any money, you please go to do something. My God, हम बच गया. मेरा इतनी पैसा हाथ में था, सब BSS के सिर में चढ़ा दिया. फिर भी मेरा हाथ में only 200 rupees था. सोचिए जी, हम सोचा पीछे पीछे फोन आ जाएगा BSS से, अरे भाई तुम पैसा बांध दिया लेके जाओ, बंद हो गया है, देश बंद हो गया करके बचिएगा सोचा. लेकिन उल्टा से BSS से मेरे को फोन आ रहा है, सर आप पैसा बांध के गया, अभी डिमोनेटाइजेशन हो गया, पैसा बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगा, कुछ हाथ में आपका खर्चा के लिए पैसा है. This is BSS. This is BSS. I really, you see, really surprised. That time I told, madam, I have some money, I am not disturbing you. Madam told, leave it, sir. You deposited the money here, we can manage. And this is the first impression from the BSS. उसी दिन से आज तक BSS से मेरे को फायदा ही मिल रहा है, कोई मुश्किल नहीं मिला अभी तक. I convey this message in front of all the colleagues from those who are coming from the national wide. This is not only the institute for education, this is given the life sharing institution. अभी मैडम ने बोला, मैडम ने कहा, वो मेरे को मेरा गांव में किसी का नहीं मालूम, कंप्यूटर मैडम बोलने तो सबका मालूम है करके. That same experience for myself also. I am Andaman Nicobar में हम एडवोकेट है. ऑलरेडी मेरे को BSS में एप्लीकेशन लेने के पहले मेरे को 3-4 स्कूल है, 3 आइलैंड में है, यशुआ कॉन्वेंट स्कूल करके नाम है. लेकिन 2016 का बाद उसको पहले जो स्कूल का नाम है वो सब छोड़ दिया. अभी तक वहाँ का आइकॉन, अंडमान में कितने आइकॉन है, उसमें हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट एक आइकॉन है. कारण क्या? BSS से. सब लोग बोलेगा अभी हम कार में जानते भी कहीं भी जानते भी BSSR जा रहा है। इसलिए हम तांबरम ऑफिस से एक बड़ा एक येलो कलर में एक छत्ता दिया अम्बरला, वो लेके जाके मेरा ऑफिस के सामने अभी तक रखा है। निशान आइकॉन। आई थैंकफुल बहुत बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस मेरे को मिला है। फिर ये हम ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लेगा, आपका तरह मेरे को भी बुक है। BSS के 2016 का पहले हम यही सोचा था, कॉलेज स्कूल हम लोग चल रहा है, वी वांट वन एजुकेशन, हायर एजुकेशन institute where we go. I search out all the universities application, UGC approval. But what the critical position in till Andaman, till they have only one the university from Pondicherry. Pondicherry University is there. There is no any other university. They are not allowed Andaman Nicobar administration. For that reason, I am not go to any other university. That time I search out the website automatically, unfortunately God will show this BSS to me. अरे यूनिवर्सिटी से बहुत ज्यादा है से, इतना फैसिलिटी से क्यों हम लोग इसको यूज नहीं करना करके जाके अप्रूवल लेके आया। अभी हम बोल रहा हूं कोई भी यूजीसी का अप्रूवल वाला यूनिवर्सिटी मेरे को मुफ्त में आके अप्रूवल देने से भी हम लेने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। BSS is coffee for us. BSS is enough for us. Everything is there. Everything is there. That is like us. उसका कैसे यूज करना हम लोग का तरीका के ऊपर है। अभी कलकत्ता से सर ने बोला पेंडेमिक पीरियड में क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम था। We also affected last 2 years, 3 years. वही टाइम में प्रोग्राम ऑफिस से मेरे को हम बोला मैडम रिन्यूअल नहीं कर सकता है, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। टेक योर ओन टाइम। प्रॉब्लम इज नॉट फॉर यू ओनली, प्रॉब्लम इज फॉर ऑल, एंटायर नेचर, एंटायर वर्ल्ड। जब तक आपका रिन्यूअल ले सकते हैं ले लो जी, आप क्लास बंद मत करिए। दूसरी एक बात है, हमारा अंडमान में ग्रुप ऑफ आइलैंड्स 300 and something group of islands. The capital is only Port Blair. We are situated in the Port Blair only. The peoples or students are coming from the intra-island. No way. Only the boat, otherwise helicopters may be using for only officials, not for publics. But government says public also, but they may not allowed. बच्चों लोग को दूर से आना, इसलिए हम लोग को हॉस्टल फैसिलिटीज भी रखा था। इतना भरोसा में हम हॉस्टल फैसिलिटीज दिया, बच्चों लोग मिलने के लिए नहीं है, अगर बच्चों लोग अंदर से आ रहे हैं उन लोग को फायदा होना चाहिए करके। उतना मेरा कितना मेहनत मेरा है, उतना मेहनत का इक्वल मेहनत मेरा BSS भी मेरे को दे रहा है, सपोर्ट भी दे रहा है, इसीलिए हम लोग आगे जा रहा है। आपको सभी के सामने हम सर का अभी सेकेंड टाइम में देख रहा है। हमारा डिप्टी वाइस चेयरमैन सर को अभी सेकेंड टाइम हम देखे। एक बार सर का चैम्बर में जाके मिल के आया, उसके बाद अभी सेकेंड टाइम देख रहा है। इधर मेरे को लेना देना कुछ नहीं है, जो फैक्ट है वही है। हम अभी बोल रहा हूं अंडमान का आगे बढ़ने के लिए कितनी गवर्नमेंट आगे कर रहा है, कोशिश कर रहा है, उसी में हमारा दौड़ हमारा रनिंग भी एक है, वो विथ BSS। BSS का एक बात हम धन्यवाद बोल रहा हूं, 75 years इंडिपेंडेंसी हिस्ट्री में 70 years अंडर BSS का रनिंग है बोले तो इट्स नॉट ईजी जोक एट ऑल। इसमें एक चीज हमको बहुत प्राउड आई टेल विथ यू, दिस 17th ईयर सेलिब्रेशन में ये मंच पर हम खड़ा होने के लिए ऊपर वाला मेरे को सागिदा दिया, इसलिए हम धन्यवाद बोल रहा हूं। आई एम नॉट फिट फॉर दिस स्टेज, आई एम नॉट वर्थ फॉर दिस स्टेज। महान व्यक्ति लोग था नहीं ना, और भी कोई आ जाएगा, लेकिन ये दिन उन लोग को मिलेगा नहीं, मिलता भी नहीं है। अगर मेरे को मिला, इसलिए हम धन्यवाद कर रहा हूं। कोविड-19 में बहुत ज्यादा हम लोग लॉस होगा, अभी धीरे धीरे और भी रिकवर हो रहा है। आइलैंड का बेनिफिट, कितनी बेनिफिट गवर्नमेंट दे रहा है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, अंडमान निकोबार एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, उससे ज़्यादा बच्चों लोग का शिक्षा, एजुकेशन फॉर चिल्ड्रंस हम लोग दे रहा है। उसी में बीएसएस का बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट मेरा को मिला है, मिल चुका है, और भी मिलना चाहिए। अभी सर ने बोला इंस्टीट्यूशनल कोऑपरेशन करना करके, I pray with you in front of all our subordinates, sir, you please arrange for institutional support for our students. Wherever you are able to put up our students, you please do. Whatever it is you are expecting from our institute, I am ready to give to you. Then, हम दो अप्रूवल लेके रखा है बीएसएस से, एसवा ट्रेनिंग एकेडमी, एसवा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एविएशन। अभी गवर्नमेंट से एक बात आप सबका सामने बोल सकता है, इतनी 5 साल 6 साल 7 इयर्स के अंदर मेरे बच्चों अंडमान निकोबार में जो बच्चों लोग बीएसएस कोर्स एविएशन कोर्स कर दिया, सर्टिफिकेट लिया, उन लोग अभी वीर सेवाकर, नॉट ओनली वीर सेवाकर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट, पेरियार अन्ना टर्मिनल इन चेन्नई, छत्रपति शिवाजी इन मुंबई, ऑल द टर्मिनल्स मेरा स्टूडेंट्स है। अभी कोई बोला था, फर्स्ट सब लोग बोला ये बीएसएस इनवैल्यूड है, ये बीएसएस सर्टिफिकेट नहीं चलेगा, ये बीएसएस सर्टिफिकेट का वैल्यू नहीं है, उसका कोर्ट में केस चल रहा है, ये चल रहा है। बट पीपल्स आर केम एंड आस्क्ड टू मी आल्सो, only one thing I told, if you are come from Oxford University, Oxford University will not give to any job opportunity to you. You have to face interview and then you are able to go job. BSS नौकरी नहीं दे सकता है, BSS का सर्टिफिकेट नौकरी के लिए वैल्यू नहीं है, यही बात है। इसको हम एक विटनेस है, हमारा बीएसएस का सर्टिफिकेट नौकरी के लिए वैल्यू है। हमारा बच्चों लोग अभी तक छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराष्ट्र एयरपोर्ट में भी है, पेरियार अन्ना में भी है, सभी एयरपोर्ट में मेरा स्टूडेंट्स है। उसका कारण मेरे को डॉक्टरेट मिला, उसका कारण मेरे को बेस्ट एजुकेशन सर्विस अंडमान में प्रोवाइड करा करके मेरे को डॉक्टरेट मिला। इसीलिए मैडम बोला डॉक्टर आरपी मोसेस, आई एम नॉट एमबीबीएस डॉक्टर, बाय द बीएसएस I am getting doctorate. Okay? And then मेरा टीचर ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट चल रहा है बीएसएस के थ्रू। सब लोग बोला है नहीं, नौकरी नहीं मिला है, मिल रहा है। बीएसएस का सर्टिफिकेट इतनी वैल्यू करके मेरे का एक्सपीरियंस है। अभी सार बोलने की तरह और भी इंडिगो, गो एयर, इस तरह कोई एयरलाइंस में हम लोग को कुछ टाइप देने तो और भी बढ़ेगा, और भी बच्चों लोग आगे जाएगा, नौकरी मिलने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस है। अंडमान बीएसएस ओपन करने के बाद, अंडमान में बीएसएस का कोर्स ओपन करने के बाद, नॉट ओनली स्टूडेंट्स लाइफ गेटिंग अपग्रेड, माई लाइफ आल्सो गेटिंग अपग्रेड। Openly I tell with you, financially, physically, respect-wise, proudly I am able to tell, my lifestyle also changed because of the BSS. I tell with you very frankly. Finally, I want to tell with one thing. Andaman Nicobar students, Andaman Nicobar parents, Andaman Nicobar Yeshua Training Academy, Yeshua Institute of Aviation staffs, and everybody is very thankful for BSS, sir. In front of you, I am calling sir to Andaman. Please visit our island. Do something for island. We are cooperate with you. Whatever it is you want land, you want building, you want any moral supports, we are ready to give support to BSS. What you please come down in the airport, and then we are leaving to airport. That's all. Everything we are doing right, ready to do. Already सर का हम बोला था, सर जल्दी करेगा बोला, फिर प्राउडली अभी बीएसएस का सेंट्रल ऑफिस ओपन कर दिया, सेंट्रल बीएसएस हो गया। इसमें हम सोच रहे हैं मेरे दिल में हम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट तक पहुंच गया। और भी साथ बोलने की तरफ बारह पूरा देश में पूरा इंटरनेशनल लेवल में जाने तो हम और भी हम लोग गवर्नमेंट से देख सकता है, गवर्नमेंट से ब्राउड कर सकता है, ये मेरा BSS करके फील BSS फॉर अस, BSS आल्सो फील फॉर अस, देन वोन। सेकेंड फाइनली हम एक छोटा से एक प्रेयर सर का सामने, चेयरमैन का सामने हमारा पूरा इंस्टीट्यूट का बिहाफ में हम रखना चाहता हूँ। उसका क्या मतलब बोलने तो, डोंट मिस्टेक इन मी सर, if it is possible, you make a team for every state institute leaders, put one suggestion committee, otherwise put some response to us also, we are ready to do. From the Chennai, from the Calcutta, from the Orissa, from the Andaman, every area, one, you please select one student, institute, head of the institute, you put the team, we are supporting to you. This is my opinion. Thank you for giving this golden opportunity. I wish you once again for all the appreciation of our leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are coming to an end for our forenoon session. We'll take a break for lunch and we'll join back in half an hour. I'm so sorry, it's a short break, but kindly cooperate our next session, otherwise we'll get delayed. Thank you so much. Lunch is also arranged in the same place where you had refreshment.
tooth. So anyway, so you're all completely woken up, or do I have to make you stand up and sit down a few times? Raise your hands.
Yes.
So I am welcoming Sri B.S. Balendran sir, our national chairman, to this auspicious moment. Hearty welcome, sir. This session is being chaired by Dr. M.R. Tamban sir. He is the chairman, Board of Examinations, Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. Hearty welcome to Tamban sir. Our co-chair is Sri B.S. Gobomar sir. He is the vice chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. I would like to say a few words about B.S. Gobomar sir, because from his younger age, means after college, he started working in Bharat Sevak Samaj. So he is not only into the vocational education, apart from vocational education, he is everywhere in the field of Bharat Sevak Samaj. What all programs Bharat Sevak Samaj is doing, he is behind all these programs. He is into microcredit, he is into micro enterprises, he is into solar energy and agriculture, horticulture, so many programs. BSS has ventured into so many programs and women empowerment programs, women group organization, and what all programs here BSS is doing in the social sector and economic sector, that is being looked after by Sri B.S. Gobomar sir, Vice Chairman of Bharat Sevak Samaj. I am extending a hearty welcome to B.S. Gobomar sir. Now the workshop 1 is being carried out by Dr. Madhuri Dubey.
About the Bharat Sevak Samaj courses. The inaugural session, Government Secretary expressed his view and happiness to have an MOU with Bharat Sevak Samaj to formalize the skill training program of the country. And you know, ACT chairman, Sri Anil Sabde offered a very big offer to us. The BSS and the BSS people can use the all engineering colleges and polytechnic labs for our internship and training program. That is a very big offer. Apart from that, what our General Secretary Srimati Jayesh Kumar mentioned about the modernization of Bharat Sevak Samaj. That is what we mentioned in the morning also about Professor Dr. Darli Mankoshi is initiating that program. We are conducting Bharat Sevak Samaj courses our own way. We are now decided to converge the total training program of Bharat Sevak Samaj into the world skill standard and the NSQF norms. NSQF norms and NCVT affiliated system and equating which are the government program related to skill development program in the country and the world. BSS is stepping to change our curriculum and program in that way. But no one can challenge no one can question the integrity and strength of the skill training program of Bharat Sevak Samaj. That is why Bharat Sevak Samaj is decided to move the total conversion of our training program in a very scientific and modern way, modernizing the program. The modernizing vocational education program, modernizing skill training program. That is the agenda of this year. This year from 2022 to 2023. Before the 2023 August 12th, BSS will complete the total mechanism for the modernization of program and the government approve everything. For that program, Sri Rajiv Mathur, he is a founder, man of NSDC in the country, and he wrote several books, near about 35 books related to information technology, a skill man of the country. And he is heading that program. And now we are going to be an MOU with his initiative, an organization named Ketman. We are going to a MOU. Sri Rajiv Mathur and from our part, Srimati Jayashree Kumar, General Secretary, both are signing an MOU for us. We are all taking part as witness. And I'm saying something. Now, Dr. Rajiv Mathur is representing as a Ketman man, but he is a BSS man. That is the peculiarity. Here, Dr. Madhuri Dubai is attending. Here introduced, she is a national scale mission leader and founder of so many things, but she is also a BSS leader. With all BSS activists, we are going to a new entry point. Now we can sign it, yes? Is it possible?
We will stand behind.
Okay, okay. Okay, you please give a big clap.
For every signature, give a clap.
You're heading?
Before Madhuri, because of this continuity. Yeah?
Before, yeah.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I am Stuti Tiwari from Skilled India, powered by Kedman Skilling Private Limited. You just witnessed the agreement signing between Central Bharat Sevak Samaj and Kedman Skilling Private Limited. Ms. Jaya C. Kumar, Director General BSS, and Mr. Rajiv Mathur, CEO, Kedman Skilling, did the honors. Can we please have a big round of applause? Thank you for the honors. You must be curious to know about Kedman Skilling Private Limited. Before we continue with this session, our team and I would be delighted to showcase a small film of our company contributing to the skill ecosystem. Can we please have the film?
And opportunities for Bharat Sevak Samaj. Across the Indian landscape, millions of young men and women are eager to prove themselves and enter the world of work. On the other side of the coin, the industries of India are enthusiastic to welcome this fresh young blood into their ranks and revitalize themselves to achieve new heights of progress and growth. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi's call for a self-reliant India seeks to invoke this untapped potential of the country. But the only way to prosper globally is that our youth be empowered with multitudes of professional employable skills with speed and quality. And this forms the genesis of our organization Skill-Led India, powered by Kedman. In this short film, we will first introduce you to our organization and what we do, followed by a brief on our new association with Bharat Sevak Samaj under its Orbit Shift umbrella project titled as BSS Base, Bharat Sevak Samaj Bharat Antyodaya Skill Education Program, with an objective of empowering base of the pyramid youth with employable skills. Let us begin with a short brief on Kedman Skill-Led India. We are a joint venture company of Manav Rachna Vidyantriksh and Kunskapsskolan Education Sweden AB and a knowledge partner of National Skill Development Corporation. Our focus area has been on promoting contemporary vocational skill education, empowering bottom of the pyramid youth in the country with employable skills. Our operations are divided into 4 verticals. EdTech. We design, develop and deliver digital vocational content hosted on our LMS using the framework of KED learning methodology of our promoting company Kunskapsskolan from Sweden and aligned to national standards notified by the Government of India. Number 2. Skill development of Indian youth. Our in-house developed online vocational employability programs focus in providing skilling, upskilling, reskilling to individuals along with certification under Skill India and those desirous for providing placement assistance for domestic as well as global markets or to corporate desirous of getting their workforce skilled or upskilled. Number 3. Boutique Consultancy. We work with our client organizations to offer turnkey vocational and skill-based solutioning with innovation, pragmatism, high level of customization and efficiency. We further partner with client organizations to implement the solution via a support system focused on program management, quality assurance, design and development of supporting information systems and training of trainers. Number 4. Vocationalization of education in schools leading to employability of potential dropouts in the government-run and private schools by establishing model vocational digital skill labs with online learning courses. We have an impressive list of clienteles in the government, in the private sector, as well as international clientele. Our vocational skill education services are technology driven. In line with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister under Atmanirbhar Bharat and technology driven education, we have created our indigenous online learning portal and learning management system to support delivery of vocational skill education, and have developed new age digital vocational skill education programs for multiple sectors like healthcare, retail, beauty and wellness, and in IT, ITES, and upcoming ones in sectors life sciences, apparel, electric vehicles and nail art. Come and take a glimpse of one of our courses from healthcare sector for training general duty assistants, and from an awareness film developed on benefits of Ayurveda for Ministry of Ayush during COVID pandemic. A preview of our healthcare course for general duty assistant. It's time for the meal. Move the overbed table with the patient's food on it and place it conveniently in front of the patient. Wear sterile gloves before you start feeding her. It is very important for you to be positive and communicate with the patient so she knows what is happening during the whole procedure. Then pour liquid soap over it. Start scrubbing with a brush. Scrub outside, then scrub inside. इम्यूनिटी बढ़ाने के लिए च्यवनप्राश का 1 टेबलस्पून दैनिक लें। डायबिटीज के रोगियों को शुगर फ्री च्यवनप्राश लेना चाहिए। दिन में 1 या 2 बार काढ़ा या डिकॉक्शन पीना शरीर को विषाक्त पदार्थों के प्रभाव से नेचुरली ठीक करता है और सीजनल खांसी और सर्दी से बचाव करता है। इम्यूनिटी बढ़ाने के लिए दिन में 1 बार गोल्डन मिल्क यानी 150 मिलीलीटर गर्म दूध में आधा चम्मच पीसी हुई हल्दी मिलाकर पिएं।
Thank you so much for watching the video along with us. May I now request Mr. Rajiv Mathur, CEO, Kedman Skilling Private Limited, to continue the session and inform the August gathering on the Orbit Shift, a legacy system to contemporary skill system. Mr. Rajiv Mathur has over 3 decades experience contributing to many sectors, to name a few: education, skills, community empowerment, etc. He has a rich background of building public-private partnerships. Having spent over 10 years as a founder member of NSDC, he played a pivotal role in setting up 38 sector skill councils, developed over 2,200 national occupational standards, which today form the backbone of the skilling in the country, ran various national-level flagship programs of Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Rajiv Mathur.
Orbit Shift, Challenges and Opportunities, that's the name of my session, but let me tell you that on this particular concept, I had a privilege of having the initial interactions with the chairman, with Mr. Mohsen, and then with Dr. Koshi and Jayaji, and 3-4 meetings happened, and then finally the last one happened on 7th July at Trivandrum, and finally this particular concept got finalized of what all should go into this whole thing. The whole idea behind this concept is Dr. Koshi, Orbit Shift, and then the BSS base program. That's the term that he had coined while we were in the meeting, and that immediately hit me, and they said, yes, this is one area where we can work together. And most importantly, you know, what I liked so much about BSS is that in a very humble manner, for last 70 years, this organization has grown to such an enormity that today you have, I think, more than 12,000 courses and more than, I think, 10,000 or 12,000 training partner and in the world over, right? I think seven or 8 countries. And now there was a particular system which got evolved with the support, what I'm hearing from the morning, from the support of the partners who are sitting out here. And it was a very good organic evolution which happened. But now, as we move forward, and what we see is that, or what I heard, I'm just putting that down, that now BSS wants to move in last 70 years, some 2 million the lives have got transformed after they got the skilled and got the training, etc., and were placed. But now, by 2030, the desire is to reach to 10 million, which means in next 8 years, we have to see a growth, phenomenal growth, about 1 million people getting skilled and trained and placed in various mechanisms. Right? And from 10,000 centers, moving to 50,000 centers. Now, if that is the target, so there is a need for the beautiful legacy system which BSS has developed over this period, and then merging it with a contemporary system. When I say contemporary system, it means aligning with government system, which is NCVT, NSQF, as well as National Skills Development Corporation, my previous organization. Now, the focus of this particular session out here is to very briefly touch upon what exactly is going to be covered under this. We are saying Orbit Shift program, integrating contemporary skill system, which BSS has nurtured and grown and make it big with support of all of you for last 70 years, how we can integrate the new system and how it is going to benefit you. More importantly, you are the training institutions with BSS, how it is going to benefit you. But in the same breath, I would like to say that after telling you all this, the choice is yours. The option is yours. BSS is very liberal. You know, I was surprised when I heard from the management saying, all this is good, but we leave it to the choice of the partners, whether they want to come into the new program which is being developed or they want to continue the way they are. Perfectly, very, very liberal thought, I would say. So let me give you an idea what this is all about. I'm sure you would have heard of few terms like NCVT, MSD, Ministry of Skill. You saw Joint Secretary from Ministry coming in this morning. And all this, what has got evolved is with this 2014 when the ministry came. This NCVT is a very recent notification. NSQF had been there and NSDC was much before that. I'll give you some brief as we move forward, what these terms mean, what are the implications of this. Now, just further dwelling on it, why this need for Orbit Shift program is there, right? And this is just top of the mind which things came, but the need, I would say, is much higher. First is that new education policy has got announced. All of us know that. And we know that from class 6th onwards, the skills is getting integrated, right? So if skills are getting integrated into education, right? We even heard Sahasrabuddheji saying that he sees in a very near that the Ministry of Skill getting merged with Ministry of Education. And it's just his guess. I don't know what government has in mind, but that is one logical thing. If new education policy is integrating skills and education, the two has to move forward. So somewhere there is a need that the BSS system needs to align to the new education policy, and the integration should happen there. And post-COVID scenarios, all of you, I heard few partners talking about the impact it gave the traditional way in which you used to do the classes, a classroom session being held, and the students coming, all that has changed quite a bit. What the change is that a lot of digital transformation. In fact, let me tell you that my organization getting into EdTech was in the thick of COVID, when the entire world was all of us were sitting back in our homes. That was the time then we thought of converting ourselves into EdTech. None of us, we were just not coming to office, but we were fully working and making all this digital content and etc. Aligning and we signed a lot of MOUs, agreements with a lot of sector skill councils, with NSDC, everything in thick of COVID. Not stepping out of our homes, but we utilized that time and converted ourselves into an EdTech organization. Though we started with vocationalization of education schools, but all I'm saying is that post-COVID scenario really changed a lot of things, and digital has got, creeped into the whole system. And what is now, with COVID restrictions going off, what is now emerging is, what people are preferring is a hybrid mode, so BSS, under the BSS-based program, is one thing which they are wanting to do is get into digital transformation, and probably we might support them into that part also. But what we are doing right now is going and doing an alignment of BSS ecosystem with NCVET, which is which is National Council of Vocational Education and Training. So it's a government body which gives approval to very select organizations to become awarding body. Like you are training partner ecosystem, and I heard in the morning people are talking big about the BSS certificate. Yes, it is because the industry recognizes, the employers recognizes it. What if the government stamp is also on it? It adds to the value. And NCVT will be working towards to get BSS, get that NCVT awarding body status. So the certificate which will come will have BSS certification is all fine. It will have a slightly changed format, but it will have NCVT and the government's stamping over it. So it's a dual benefit. The industry was already recognizing the BSS certificate. Now even government is recognizing. It's a dual advantage, right? Which will happen. And then part of it is NSQF alignment, that is National Skills Qualification Framework. I was fortunate to be part of that committee which formed this NSQF system, National Skills Qualification. There were 10 levels described, and today the entire ecosystem rests on that. But very soon, because of the new education policy, we might see an integrated system, right? Where skills and education will get merged, then this NSQF will go and that new system will come in. It will be announced, it's in the work in progress. It will be announced after some time, and then we'll align everything to that new system which comes up. Right? Till it is not announced, we can't say anything, but as of now, NSQF is prevalent. So basically labeling all the courses under an NSQF level. In our case, when we are sitting with the BSS system, most of the courses would be either at level 3, level 4, and some may go to level 5. Level 3 is a semi-skilled, level 4 is the skilled, level 5 is the supervisor of the skilled person, if I just very broadly put it up. That will be the classification under NSQF for the various courses, right? And moreover, today, there is a big need, and our Honorable Prime Minister also says that we should be encouraging towards entrepreneurship, right? So these programs that we are going to be realigning would be focused where we would say that how the kids who are undergoing the training with our ecosystem, how they can become entrepreneurship, or maybe attaching this whole thing to government's National Apprenticeship Program, NAPS, right? This is to be seen, but these are certain important areas where we are going to be working very closely with BSS. Just to summarize, I believe in showing films because films have a slightly higher impact on people. So whatever I just narrated in a 2-minute film, this is being shown.
About our new partnership with Bharat Sevak Samaj. Bharat Sevak Samaj and Kedman Skill Ed India new partnership aims to forge a long-term symbiotic business partnership in the space of the vocational skill education. What is the objective of this partnership? The objective is to forge a long-term symbiotic business partnership in the space of vocational skill education, initially focusing on Kedman providing boutique consultancy and handholding to BSS in aligning and modernizing its popular vocational skill education courses with NSDC and the government's skill framework NSQF, National Skill Qualification Framework ecosystem, as well as getting NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation, non-funded partner status, further consulting and handholding BSS in achieving awarding body status under Government of India, NCVET, National Council of Vocational Education and Training Ecosystem. This initiative has been made part of BSS Orbit Shift umbrella project and has been titled as BSS Base, Bharat Sevak Samaj, Bharat Antyodaya Skill Education Program, with an objective of empowering base of the pyramid Indian youth with employable skills. And so, today on this landmark occasion of Bharat Sevak Samaj, completing its 70 years of successful existence and service to the nation, and India celebrating its 75 years of independence. Together, Bharat Sevak Samaj and Kedman Skill Ed India are embarking on a new great partnership with a mission to skill, upskill and reskill the youth of India with skill, scale, speed and in alignment with contemporary skill ecosystem. Today, we begin our journey together with enthusiasm, zeal and a passion to change the lives of our youth. Jai Hind.
Thank you. You know, I am inspired so much by what Chairman has been saying that, you know, I have told my people that from today onwards, BSS and Kedman are two borderless organizations. We are going to work together and make the vision of the chairman, Dr. Koshi, and the entire management of BSS a success in 1 year. In the morning, Mr. Moisen met me and said, after 1 year, when we meet again, whatever we are saying today, we should be announcing it is done. I promised it will be done. Right? So we are moving on that particular direction. But let me now quickly give you a brief what all is going to be covered under this initiative so that you understand and appreciate. Right? So what we are going to do is that jointly with BSS, we have identified some 50 most popular courses in the partner ecosystem, 50. And 25 of them are mapping to contemporary skill ecosystem. When I say contemporary, means what today the NSDC and NCVT, that ecosystem is doing. Courses like in healthcare, retail, beauty and wellness, etc. So there are 38 sectors in which the current ecosystem works. So I'm saying them as contemporary skill ecosystem. But having said that, there are a lot of courses in which NSDC ecosystem is not there, right? I'm calling them as non-contemporary skill programs, but I was pleasantly surprised to hear like there are programs running on fire safety, there are programs, different kind of programs which are running very successfully, but they're not part of the NSDC or the modern NCVT ecosystem. We're calling them non-contemporary, right? So the point is, these non-contemporary doesn't mean that they're not relevant for the world today. Contemporary world is specifically being used by me to identify that this maps to the current government skill ecosystem, NSDC, NSQF, etc., right? So we are going to be getting the awarding body status for these 50 courses, 25 plus 25, that's the strategy. But this is not going to be the end, right? This is just a start because we have to make a start somewhere and we decided that in 1 year what we can do. But then we'll see, depending on the partner's requirement, next set of programs, because applying and getting NCVT awarding body status in the first go is a tough thing. But you can keep adding courses after courses, and there's no limit to that. And keep getting because here what happens is when you say an awarding body status, it has to be for a course, a program, right? So this is what we are going to do for contemporary and non-contemporary. Just to give you an example, I've just picked up from the list which Jayaji had shared with me. So I say diploma in dialysis technician, for example, or operation technician, or dental technician, optometry. These are all courses which are there in the NSQF system. But the courses like dangerous good regulation, industry safety engineering, they're all being used. You are training, right? So I call them non-contemporary, not aligning. But what we are going to do is going to do an alignment for both of them. Just to explain you, I'll not go into too much of details because it will unnecessarily bore you out. But what I want to tell you very importantly, that for getting an NCVT status, what is required is that you have to create your own qualifications or a qualification pack. I don't know if some of you might be aware of these qualification packs. While as part of NSDC, I work with 38 sector skill councils, and we created some 2,200 standards, which today form the backbone of the skilling, right? Here, I'm again getting into that phase where 50 of the courses, we are going to create qualifications. Now, those qualifications will get approval from NCVT, and that's how the awarding status will come in a phased manner over the year for all these 50 courses for BSS. Now, just to explain you, a qualification can be equated to a job role. For example, medical laboratory technician, that's a job role. All of us know that, right? In our terminology here, technical, we say it's a qualification. Each qualification in turn will have some 6-7 competencies which are required for that particular job role. And those competencies will have both the hard skills, soft skills, etc. So typically, in a qualification that we are going to develop for BSS, will have these heads. It will have brief job description, personal attributes required for the job, NSQF level. Mostly there will be 3 or 4, one of them. Then applicable standards, we'll have to identify what will be the competencies required for that particular job role. Then there's an alignment with the existing system of Ministry of Labor, NCU codes, etc. It's a academic exercise. We'll have to put that. Minimum educational qualifications or experience required. All this will be documented. Minimum age, what is the lab equipment required. All those details will be put. What are the trainer qualifications? Just to put a structure around and standardizing the training across the training partners. But each NOS, when we go, that is the competency, it will have further more descriptions on describing what it is, the scope, elements of performance criteria, what is the knowledge and understanding, generic skills, and more importantly, the assessment criteria, how the trainee will be assessed. That assessment criteria will also form part of a qualification. Now, all this gets bundled and will be presented to NCVT to make it part of NQR, which is National Qualification Registry. So this particular 50 courses will become part of the government notification, NQR, right? This is going to be an exercise. I'll not go into the details of this, but in a while I'll talk about what is the benefit which is going to come to the partner ecosystem. That's one. The second, okay, this is I'm just showing the kind of certificate which NCVT gives. So on the top you can see the name of the awarding body where Bharat Sevak Samaj name will come. This is a change in the certificate design which will happen as per the NCVT guidelines. But this certificate now, the credibility of 70 years of Bharat Sevak Samaj is getting further enhanced, incremented by the government stamping over it. So private sector was already recognizing it and respecting and giving people the job. Now the government will also put the stamp to begin with on those 50 job roles, right? So more credibility, of course. So this is the advantage that we are saying will have of the legacy. I mean, I've not seen such a huge legacy backing up and joining it with the contemporary system. So the advantage is all to the partners. The second important thing that we'll do as we are on the move, after we have applied and got, or in the process of getting NCVT certification, we will also get NSDC, non-further funded partner status for BSS. So BSS will become NSDC training partner. There are two terms, training partner and training centers. So BSS will become training partner and all your centers will become training centers. Now what does it mean? It means that apart from BSS logo, on your brandings, on your advertisements, you can also put NSDC logo. Right? So it will become part of Skill India mission, moment you have that alignment with NSDC, right? So, but we'll be using BSS, what we are developing, getting approved from NCVT, that particular curriculum will now be used for you people, right? You're already using that curriculum, it will be fine-tuned and restructured in a new way. That's the only thing we are doing, right? And your trainees can get registered on government's Skill India portal to be eligible to get a government certificate, right? And those, and this is what I have recommended to BSS to further apply to NSDC to get a PMKVY status for the interested centers. So in the long run, or not in the long run, maybe as we move forward, but that will happen mostly for the contemporary courses because contemporary courses only become part of the PMKVY system, right? So some of the institutions can also get funding under PMKVY. That's the advantage which will come, right? So NCVT, NSDC, this is the benefit of this BSS initiative that will come to the partner ecosystem. Now, what are the steps? I'm just winding up my presentation now, but what are the final steps which are required by you people to participate into this journey? So there are very clearly two options, right? And this, what I narrated in the beginning, I'm just repeating that some of the partner institutions may say, look, we are very happy with what we are doing. That's perfectly okay, keep doing. Nobody is going to come and ask you to change. I mean, you can just continue on that system of BSS certificate, the way it's being given, that's perfectly okay. But some of you might be getting progressive and say, okay, we are very happy to participate in this new ecosystem and we can adopt the legacy as well as contemporary system. So what we are going to be designing and giving on the plate would be the programs which are there, your existing programs, convert them into an NSQF system, right? But we are going to give multiple entry, multiple exit. Now, just to explain you, what does it mean? You see, when we talk of the contemporary ecosystem, skill ecosystem, no course as by notification from the government side can exceed 6 months. After they exceed 6 months, they get transferred to ITI ecosystem, right? The core of all these programs would be shorter programs. For example, if I say medical laboratory technician, right? Now, you have a diploma program which runs for 2 years. I'm not saying that we are going to disturb that. We're just going to realign the sequence of how the whole thing has to happen, right? We'll have the core of the program happening first. And because the kind of audience that we are referring to, and I think you will second me on that they are in need of a job very quickly. They want the job. Because of the family economic conditions, they want to get in the space of work, and they will not have an inclination, this is what I have seen in my NSDC times, that to get into a long duration courses. But they would be happy to take, further add-ons as they progress in their life. So give them a certificate of a shorter program, a core program, and then excite them enough to come back and do the rest of the programs by having a multiple entry and multiple exit. This is what we are proposing, right? So the student will do the core, get a job, and once he or she has the money, they come back because the industry always recognizes and gives an advantage for someone who has a diploma, right? Certificate is lower and diploma is higher. All of us will agree that. And since by coming back to your ecosystem, the child is going to get a diploma. So there is an attraction. So there'll be marketing strategies which has to be thought around that and told to the candidates, which will be done, right? So this is going to be the functionality. This is how we are going to be working. So I repeat, a choice of joining or not joining is completely yours. Now what you need to do for this? So if you are interested into this, maybe Jayaji is going to send a communication, you can respond or you can write to her saying that your institution is interested to be part of this new ecosystem. So in preparation of that, so while we are preparing to have that NCVT and NSDC applications are framed, the qualifications are being framed, but while that is happening, on the ground, there is a need for a ground level preparation. And what is that need? The need is that you have to give some kind of a number estimation to BSS, because this has to go as an input to NSDC ecosystem and even to NCVT, that on the ground, how many candidates are you looking at this particular job role in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years? Maybe we'll have to give a 3-year projection. That's an input which is required from the field. You can only give that. The list will be shared with you and you tell, okay, these are the numbers we need. We expect year 1, year 2, year 3. And cumulative is what we are going to show it to NSDC and NCVT. The second is, and of course, you'll have to break it into yearly and quarterly and all that stuff you'll have to do. The format will come to you. And then while all this is happening, you have to also get your trainers, because there's a need of getting them trained and certified under the NEO ecosystem. They have to be called certified trainers. They have to be registered on Takshila portal of NSDC, right? And they have to have, there'll be certain expenses, small expenses. We are working with BSS to reduce the cost of that particular training. The only cost which may be there, maybe of a certificate, is around 1,200 rupees per, 1,200 or 2,400 rupees per candidate, which have to be borne by you. Plus, when we put your students on the Skill India portal, some fee which have to be paid by you to NSDC, which is 100 rupees per candidate, the service charge which they take. With all these advantages, you can build all this in part of your fee, but there are small, and then we are going to be, we are going to give you training how to use the Skill India portal, because this is a slightly complex piece to work on, but once you understand, you'll be able to work, your team will be able to work. And then giving you, because I told you that you can use NSDC brand once BSS becomes the training partner of NSDC. What are the do's and don'ts? We'll give you all that inputs and trainings as part of the package. So this is how the whole system is going to work. So if you have any questions, the time is not there, so I can take the live questions, but I'm sharing my email ID. You can make a note of it. Feel free to write to me, and I'll be happy to connect, talk to you, and give you answers to all your queries. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Just keep it with you.
Thank you, Mathur sir. To carry on, next, I'm inviting the chairman, the Board of Examinations, Central BSS, Dr. Ahmad Tampan, to give his address to the group.
Namaste. Our distinguished guests, Dr. Mathuri and Dr. Rajiv Mathur, Srimati Jayasri Umar, Secretary BSS, and Goba Umar, Vice President BSS, and dignitaries of the dais and dear friends. It is a very memorable and a happy occasion that all of us have witnessed the signing of an agreement between the two institutions, BSS and the Skill India. And I congratulate the heads of these institutions and pray for its successful implementations. At the very outset, I extend my hearty thanks to Dr. Balendran, the chairman of BSS, for having given me an opportunity to address this august audience and to chair this session, this skill session, this technical session on skill development training. Of course, this Bharat Sevak Samaj, because it's 70 years under services, and I congratulate this Balendran and its team for, on the occasion of this 70th anniversary and the Saptadi celebrations for its achievement in various fields, especially in the vocational training. As other delegates, I also noted the theme of this annual session. The theme is in the beacon of hope for youth. Of course, the hope for youth, the youth is the asset of our nation. It is the youth who possess this wonderful energy, and it is the youth who possess the confidence and the creativity, innovations, strength, and this optimism. It is the youth who are majority in India. More than 50%, actually this is 53% of the Indian population is youth. That is the below 29-year-old. That is the strength of India. The Bharat Sevak Samaj, by its activities and programs, could create a hope among youth who are looking forward for the development of their skill and employability. The main activities, the prime aim and the prime activity of the BSS is the vocational training. But now it is termed as the skill development training. In the beginning, it was engaged, the BSS was engaged in rendering the services in this vocational training, this watch repairing, this plumbing, etc. But now, at present, according to the changes in time, according to the changes in the ages, they are giving training, training in nanotechnology, material technology, and information technology, and management side also, sector also. As giving training to the modern technology and modern science. This is called skill development training. And actually, I think 5.9 crores of people are going to enter into the field of India's job force by 2003, says this National Skill Development Corporation. And the BSS also trained nearly 2 million people, 2 million students, 2 million youth who got better jobs and equipped them for better jobs. Nowadays, this nation and the world as a whole, thinking of this, the emerging of new employment and opportunities. Of course, there is especially in the field in the COVID period and the post-COVID period, there are a lot of employment in this health sector. According to the World Health Organization, there should be one health worker for 10 families. There is a wonderful scope for in this field, not only in this field, but in another sector. Also, there is scope for generating more employment opportunity. Then needs this development of the skill. The skill training is also developing by the increase of this emerging employment. And BSS is based by its activities and programs ensured the availability of needy training. That is the salient feature of these things. Before concluding, let me say about the importance of education also. Of course, education has its importance in all the ages. The sum and substance of the Veda and Upanishad is Prajnanam Brahma. That means knowledge is God. God is knowledge. Not only in the past, in the present also, the education has its importance. The book titled India Economic Development and Social Opportunities, authored by Amartya Sen, the Nobel Prize laureate. In this book, it is stated that globalization and privatization will be a success only in the educated society. And he narrates two countries in this book and in the coming chapters. One is Brazil. In Brazil, there is the community, the society is uneducated, illiterate. So the globalization was a failure in that country. And the richer become richer and poor become poorer in that country. But in the case of South Korea, the society was educated, so the globalization was a success in that city. We have to remember that in our country, 50% of the society is uneducated. Education, yesterday means the school education and this university educations. This university educations can give only degrees to the students, but skill development educations given by the BSS and such other NGOs, it gives employment to the students. That's the difference. Where I expecting more suggestions, novel ideas, the emerging employment in different fields from the experts, Dr. Mathuri and Dr. Mathur. I conclude my words. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite our Vice Chairman, Central BSS, B.S. Gopakumar, sir, to address the crowd.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman, our mentor, BSS or BSS, Kochi sir, and Mathur sir, Tamban sir, or Madam, General Secretary Sri Madi Jayasri Umar, Moisan, and Hemant, the district coordinators and the state coordinators, all the BSS members. I am very proud to be here today before our amazing co-workers and honorable guests to deliver a speech on the special occasions of Bharat Sevak Samaj 70th anniversary and also the 75th anniversary of Bharat, India. In the past 70 years, BSS has done numerous projects to help encourage people to work together for the improvement of the nation and its people. I am honored to be acknowledged as a part of this wonderful organization. BSS will keep working harder and better to stay true to our motto, Loga Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. As we move forward with our goals to tackle rising issues, climate change should also be considered with prime importance. We need to provide aid for whoever seeks help to the best of our ability. Today, when BSS is in its 70th year, we need to consider our initiatives for the next decade. Now, we are living in a period of destruction and disasters caused by environmental pollution. Development without understanding nature and neglecting them has become a threat to the very existence of the world. Today, we have come to feel that all the energy systems that man has built for his advancement have led to his demise. Understanding this, all the nations, including India, are going to pay attention to the green energy sector. The new and renewable energy division of Bharat Sevak Samaj is planning to organize 1 lakh green energy clubs throughout India, focusing on more than 700 districts around the nation within 5 years. Additionally, it encourages research and development initiatives that concentrate on solar kitchens all over India. Bharat Sevak Samaj's green energy sector has developed a potential program for the following 10 years to spread, propagate, and raise awareness about green energy to make India advanced in the green energy sector by 2030. I conclude this humble speech with a request for your cooperation and sincerity for the project that has been formulated for the global development and existence. Thank you. Thank you for all.
Thank you, sir. Now we move on to Madhuri ma'am for his workshop.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Okay, just here only. Huh? Oh, that's okay. I will. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, BSS, CBSS, Chairman Sir, Darli Koshi Sir, Jaya Ma'am, and everybody for giving me this opportunity to get associated with this prestigious organization and the glorious contribution it has made for 70 years. And it's been really very satisfying and honestly it has been very fulfilling, I would say, the small association we have had over the last few weeks interacting with the people, the leadership team and all. So I did learn a bit about the organization, and today when I was given the opportunity to make a small presentation which is in the form of a workshop, I was wondering how do I conduct a workshop for such a big audience. So I'm leaving it to you. This is technically a workshop which I feel has to be interactive. So please, all of you join me in discussing few things that we should be discussing in the light of all the presentations and the insights that we got since morning. So how do I go back? 1 second. Just a second. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to quickly tell you about, actually whatever I wanted to say has already been said, and that's what happens usually when you're speaking towards the end. I'm very fortunate about it because all of you have got few points about how skill development, vocational education and training has evolved over the last 75 years, I would say. So considering the fact that today we are talking about skilling in a very different way, I'm sure you're aware of the National Education Policy 2020. Are you? How many of you have read the document? 1, 2. Okay, heard about it? How many? Okay, that's nice. That's very encouraging. Yeah, so the new policy looks at skill development in a very, very different way. As Professor Sahasrabuddhe said in the morning, and later Dr. Koshi also elaborated on it, today we need to look at skill development and vocationalization of education. I think that's where your role becomes absolutely critical. You have been in this field for long. But let me tell you, before I start, give you 1 or 2 quick examples, because we are also talking about youth aspirations, what youth want, and then maybe you can respond. I'll just give you 2 or 3 cases. Example number 1. I'm associated, rather I have been meeting quite a few young people who have been in the bedside assistant or general duty assistant caregiving basically. They're doing fantastic job. So when I tell them, what do they want to do later, they don't have any clue. Okay, and they are very particular of the fact that nobody should know that they are doing this job. Why do you think so? This is question number 1. Question number 2, recently in one of the workshops, I met a couple of people from Jharkhand. So one of the girls who came from Jharkhand and is undergoing food and beverage training in hospitality industry in Ramoji city in Hyderabad. In fact, she got the job. She's happy, okay? But then when she talks to her father, she has to tell a lie, saying that she's working with computers. That's a lie. Why do you think she's telling a lie? Third story, from the same state, doing the same course, there's another girl who's kind of, who's in the kitchen, like she's kind of training herself to be like a chef or something, and she has a dream. She feels that after she learns to make few dishes and things like that, she would want to go back to Jharkhand and do something on her own. So why do you think somebody wants to hide what they want to do and somebody wants to take a pride in what they are doing? Why do you think this is happening? I would like all of you to speak. Even though I have only about another 20 minutes, I would like this to be an interactive session, please. Why do you think this is happening? Yeah? Circumstances, dignity of labor? Yes. Yes, that's what is the negative connotation or the social stigma attached to certain jobs and job roles, which we have been discussing since morning. Now, if you look at our education system, the way we look at it, it's like a ladder. You keep climbing, climbing. Like I climbed very comfortably. I got fellowship up to PhD. There was no break, nothing. I was very academically bright, etc., etc. Everything good happened to me. But what if I was dropping out of the system? That would be the case, we are looking at. Not everybody is meant for academic learning, right? I hope you agree. In fact, among us also, I'll quickly give you my example. I did my PhD, I was in academics, but one fine day I decided that that's not something I wish to do. That's when internet was coming up. So I got started, I got interested in developing e-learning. And then I took a corporate job. Then people were saying, what, PhD and working in a company? What is that? I said, that's what I love to do. So whether you're a carpenter or you're a bedside assistant or you're a PhD, there is a social angle which you have to face. You face that when you're doing what you love. This is something our youth have to be educated about. So you see, our system doesn't respect the dropouts. It doesn't care about the dropouts. That's why we are talking about how to take care of them. Now this is a very popular WhatsApp forward or whatever you would have seen. This is the kind of system we have, right? Yeah, so we are talking about equality and equity. Like this picture is self-explanatory. So equity is something that can be achieved through inclusive models, through giving opportunities to those who haven't been able to continue the way we continued. Maybe we had some privileges, maybe, I don't come from such a privileged family, but maybe I was very academically inclined. My brother and sister are not academically as qualified as I am. But then you see, each one of us has a certain background, so we try to make the best of the opportunities, but there are a lot of people who don't have such opportunities and who could be deprived in many ways, and that is where the equity factor comes in. So I'll quickly ask you to identify what are the aspirational job roles from the icons that I have picked up here. Just 1 minute. Aspirational job role. Are you able to identify the icons with job roles? Yes? Yeah, what are aspirational among this? Right? Yeah? Yeah, chef? Yes? Fashion designer, correct? Media? Yes. By the way, you know, a few years ago, being a chef was not aspirational. It's only when MasterChef came, many families started encouraging. So there is a movement, there is a paradigm shift, there is an orbit shift, as BSS is talking about, right? So that's what happens in the history of professions. Now, if you look at the kind of pyramid we have, most of the jobs get created at the base of the pyramid. And that is where we need a lot of skilled people. And skilling as in using hands, manual skilling, and jobs which are today not so aspirational. But the sad state of affair is that everybody wants to have what we call as a job which is at a higher level, which is managerial and so on. That doesn't, we don't start with such job roles. And if you look at the country, we have a lot of informal economy, as we say. Things are not organized for us. We have a lot of local trades which are being neglected. There's a lot of cultural diversity. What I mean by this, go to Northeast and talk to them. With their geography, with their climate, with their culture, some jobs are more aspirational there than in Kerala. Okay, so this also adds to the complexity of Indian identity. And then we need to connect all these people, give them entrepreneurship opportunities and so on. Now let's look at this picture. Can you please connect these two images? And okay, it's a story that I'm asking for, but at least can you speak about these two images? How are they connected? Could you, sir, could you be a little bit loud? Any other interpretation? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
One person, she has been lifting her hand for me.
Sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah. Any more interpretations? Yeah, thank you so much. All of you are right in your own ways. I really wish I had more time to discuss this, but keeping the constraint of time in view, I'm sure you got the message from this picture. This is what is happening mostly to rural youth in India. Okay, the rural youth in India they don't have an opportunity today to develop their indigenous skills, to develop things, which is easily available for them. Most of them are getting pushed into jobs which are available in the cities, right? So that's one of the examples. I hope this was clear about what is happening today. Now, if you look at the entire skilling ecosystem, what we have been discussing since morning, it comprises many elements. Like whatever you're doing from your center, it has an impact on the entire ecosystem. As Mr. Mathur was just talking about NCVET, about, the curriculum, the QP NOS, all these things are actually a part of the larger ecosystem where we are trying to connect skills with education, and these are the icons which are symbolic of the ecosystem. So anyone quickly, can you identify a few icons here, the components? Yeah, internet? Yeah. Yeah, that is funding. Yes. So this is, when we say the ecosystem, it is all to do with all these people and of course the parents of the students. So if we have to go back and see why skilling became in India, I'm sure all these points were already discussed in the morning, the demographic dividend and the focus of making youth employable and aligning with jobs and other opportunities, and also the need to promote entrepreneurship connecting with skills. So this is what we mean by demographic dividend. Now some of the highlights in case we need to capture for the last 50-60 years. Initially, yes, we had an education policy, and for quite a few years the policy spoke about vocational education and skill development, but it's only after 2009 that we had a policy on skill development, and along with ITIs, now today we have many skill-based courses being promoted, out of which I think the degree called BVOC is something very unique and very important, mainly for giving opportunities for higher education. So these are some points which were discussed. So the challenge is today that, most of the jobs are coming up in the informal or the unorganized sector, and we need to make use of those jobs and skill people according to the job roles, and at the same time try to see to it that the migration of people from rural areas, which we call as mostly distressed migration, has to be reduced so that we create more opportunities in the rural areas. So the trends, I would say, is aligning vocational with the mainstream education, which is what the national education policy talks about, and digital skilling, which is coming up in a very big way through data science, AR, VR, robotics, etc. Even sectors like drone, for example, or the media sector, all these are becoming important, and blended forms of skill development is also becoming popular post-pandemic. So one of the important initiatives, if you look at the evolution, was the unveiling of the ITI logo by the ministry, which played a very important role in rebranding technical education in India. This was sometime in 2016 when Mr. Rajiv Pratap Rudy was the minister. So I just wanted to give you the example of ITIs because they have played a very important role in the evolution of long-term skill development. And today we have 15,000 plus ITIs, and even in the ITIs there is a need to modernize the curriculum and modernize the infrastructure and technology. And the sector skill councils today are about 36 to 37. Already we have mentioned them since morning, and these are the sector skill councils. So the industry in the entire story of skill development plays a very important role, not just for placement. Industry has to play an important role, like what you just heard from Mr. Mathur about the curriculum. The curriculum has to match. Earlier, Mr. Moison was also talking about it. So this is where the industry has to play a very important role, not just by taking people on the jobs, but be there right from the beginning in terms of contributing to curriculum, to training of trainers, and so on. And today we are still using the NSQF framework, as we just heard, the qualification packs and the national occupation standards, which have NSQF level has 10, it has 10 levels. And before we move ahead to the next part, I would like to just, yeah? Sorry, sir? Yeah, definitely we have. Yeah. I didn't get it. He is,
in construction activities.
We
Nobody talked about it.
Sir, Yes, sir, it's already included here. Yeah, it's already included, but it's not this.
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, sir. Let me interfere. Actually, during his address, our chairman has told about agri schools. You would have, we are launching agri schools specifically for the agriculture department very soon, most probably next month itself, exclusively for the agriculture sector. But then that will be, they are just giving examples. It is not that the sectors they are mentioning is going to be prioritized. They are just giving you an insight on how we'll be going with this qualification framework. That's all. The sections they are mentioning is not on priority. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, here there's another example of what we picked up to show that, these are all the industry sectors today which are of high priority. So, you look at, for example, the drone. What happened? Yeah. So these are some of the sectors where we are talking about applying drone technology for agriculture. This is one of the latest areas. Animation, for example, is picking up under the AVGC sector. Then the solar energy and the green energy sector is one more. And of course the ITS sector is another one. So these are like some of the top priority something is loose here, I guess.
If you can look there and speak, is it possible?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, you can hold it. Maybe. ये थोड़ा बचा है तो आप होल्ड कीजिए.
मैम आप इधर आके बताइए.
Yeah.
But the mic is not.
No, yeah. 1 second. Yeah. No, that's okay. Yeah, आप change कीजिए. Hello. This is not working. Hello. Yeah. The sectors we spoke about just now is connected with National Skills Qualification Framework. The objective of the framework is not just the QP-NOS, it also has a very important reason to be there, and that is to create pathways and help the credit framework really get implemented in India. So by credit framework, I mean, for example, if somebody is doing a 6-month skilling program, this person should be given, let's say, 20 credits. And this credit accumulation over a period of time should help them in getting a higher qualification. Or somebody does, let's say, ITI course, it comes with a number of credits. So you can transfer these credits, you can add to the credits. So this is something which is very new and it is being discussed and it will be implemented shortly across many courses in India. Yeah, so another example, maybe you can quickly tell us what would be the career path for these people working in different sectors today, as of today? Yeah, one is pharmacy, healthcare related. Second one, as you know, delivery, logistics. Third is retail. What is the career path for people who are at the entry level or doing the entry level jobs in these sectors? Is there a career path? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. So some of them might have a career path which is a natural progression, but for others you might have to create some kind of a career path for them, show them that look, this is aspirational for you to continue. Otherwise what happens is they work for 3 months or 6 months and then they keep changing their jobs. That leads to a lot of frustration and a lot of disappointment. So this calls in, or this makes creates a need for what we call as transferable skills, or multi-skilling is what we are calling today. So we need to remember that these career paths have to be created. Similarly for these industries as well. Yeah, you can go next. Yeah. And another important area today when we are tracing the evolution is apprenticeships. I hope you have heard about apprenticeship schemes like National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. Yes? Are you implementing any of these schemes? Maybe you can try explore this as well, because this is one of the most incentivized schemes in the country, and check out how some training programs of yours can be aligned with National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. The other one is from the Ministry of Education called National Apprenticeship Training Scheme. Yeah. So if you look at the overall scenario today, it looks like this. Yeah, you have many opportunities are going to come up for youth, especially with the introduction of degree like BVOC, which is going to show them a path towards a flexible, degree. That's BVOC is designed as a multiple entry-exit kind of a degree where 1 year of vocational degree, if they want to drop out, they get a certificate or a diploma in the second year. So the idea is, with the national education policy, these things are becoming more flexible. And the UGC talking about the dual degree, which was recently approved, also gives a chance for the students to do 2 degrees at the same time, out of which one can be a vocational degree. Maybe you can consider this as well. Yeah, so we are actually moving towards a very inclusive kind of a system where there will be multiple pathways. It's not like the system in which we all studied, which was very rigid, and once you dropped out or you failed, you are labeled as a failed person. But no, today I think the attitude and the approach is changing, which is for good. So it's kind of combination of knowledge and skills. Yeah. And also whatever courses we are offering in terms of technical skills, it has to be integrated with 21st century skills or soft skills, as we discussed in the morning. Just to summarize the national education policy, it says that at least 50% of the learners in schools and colleges by 2025 should have at least some exposure. Please remember the word exposure to vocational education. It's not experience, it's about getting them exposed to this. So this goes by Gandhian philosophy, this goes by Kothari Commission report, all kinds of previous reports, and also the Sustainable Development Goal. Yeah, so this is one example which I wanted to show you about how CBSE has come up with several courses for classes 6 to 12, which are talking about, you can take a look at this. This is there on the CBSE website. So you need not worry about taking pictures. It's there on CBSE website. It gives you an idea. Also, CBSE is proposing that these courses should be offered by private institutions, private schools also, not just government schools. Till now, it was mostly in government schools. But now CBSE says even public schools, schools where the elite class children come, for everybody there should be a vocational subject. Yeah. Okay, so again, one more small exercise for you. How do we connect all these images quickly? What are we talking about? This is towards the end. Yeah? No, go back. Go back. Yeah. Yeah? What is common between all of them? Yeah. I think we spoke about this also in the morning. We were talking about women empowerment. We were talking about many initiatives. So what I'm trying to say here is that the skill to entrepreneurship connect can happen smoothly if we are giving those opportunities and creating those connections for these women, especially in the rural areas, so that they have a source of income and they can support their families through various sources of livelihood. And this is where skilling also plays an important role. So you have institutions like RCETI and others which take care of these things in the rural areas, promoting entrepreneurship and creating several types of linkages for these women. So with this, I would like to close. I hope I gave you a very high-level overview of what is happening in the skilling ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Hello. I just like to, Madhuri was making a mention that why skills are not aspirational in our country. I just recalled, I worked very closely with Rajiv Pratap Rudiji when he was the skills minister, and he called me once and said, please find out why skills are not aspirational in our country. I mean, I searched Google but couldn't find any answer, and I think after 3-4 months I got an opportunity to go to Iran in some conference, and there I visited the TVT system out there, and there I heard a word very commonly said, and you will laugh at it, word called kameen. Kameen, right? I inquired, what is, because that's a Persian that they were speaking. I said, what is the meaning of kameen? they said a person who works by hand is called Kameen. Now, if you recollected the dots, you will find that during the British time, because of for their own reasons, they made people working in the Indian industry just go out because they wanted their own system to work. And somewhere this word Kameen got introduced into the Indian system, and they just promoted education and things to do by hand, something which is not acceptable. And that's how the Kameen word got, into a very, very good abuse in our country. And probably that's one of the reasons. Just a small intervention. Sorry for that.
Thank you. This technical session was so much informative. I hope you all enjoyed. Now we'll take a short break for 10 minutes, a tea break. I come back very fast so that we can start the next session. Thank you. 10 minutes, only 10 minutes. Please make it fast.
Thank you, Ji. You know, she was telling about. Definitely. 112233.
You can change it also. दूसरा पर्सन फिर दूसरा भी कब 6 बजे तब तक फिनिश होगा अभी कितने बजे हो गए अभी अभी चार बजे 5:30 तक हमें निकलना है ऐसा थोड़ा पालन निकालना 5:30 तक कर दीजिए पूरा वाइंड अप करना पड़ेगा ये है I understood, but we'll make it fast. अब देख लीजिए मैं आप चैनल से बात करती हूँ ठीक है 1 सेकंड बट मेरे को जाना है
Diploma degree, okay. Contact number.
I don't know. You will have to check in UGC website.
Okay,
we don't do any. You are asking about the CBSE का this?
School courses.
School courses में है CBSE का website जाके उसी में मिलेगा आपको. हाँ, इसमें है.
They are thinking their centers can be written in CBSE schools. That is
Actually, CBSE wants that. They want to collaborate with the centers.
You can look into the website of CBSE and get those out.
Yeah. And
Get those
CBSE
courses.
will be, I think, happy to collaborate with schools and centers because they will not get vocational teachers and all. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can check. It's there on the CBSE website. No problem. You are able to understand what I'm saying. So you can. You can write down the number, but yeah. No problem. Please get 9885.
Good evening. We are moving on to the last and the most exciting session. To start with, I invite our Vice Chairman, Central BSS, Sri A.C.G. Moisen, sir, to do the welcome address.
Very good evening, everybody. I have immense pleasure to welcome you all for this awarding ceremony during our 70th anniversary celebration. The foundation of any great organization is rooted in service. Our organization has evolved to greater heights in order to celebrate this exclusive occasion based on commitment to excellence. I welcome the key person to implement the total employment training program and motivates all the activity of BSS, Dr. B.S. Balachandran, Chairman of Central BSS. I welcome you, sir. Then he was associating with our Swamiji considerably for a long period. Swamiji and Sharmaji has done an exceptionally very good job in the Central BSS. I welcome, he is not at present, but Mahesh Sharma, our President, Central Bharat Sevak Samaj. The Bharat Chakra, who is India's first professor of geopolitics and currently the editorial director of ITV Networks. He writes extensively on security policies and international affairs, worked on China-India relations and Indo-Taiwan ties. I welcome Professor M.D. Nallapad, UNESCO Peace Chair, Manipal University. Welcome, sir. Yeah, educationalist, design management strategist, author, speaker, and he has created over 50 brand identities for Indian industry, including SBI. I welcome Dr. Darli Uman Koshi, Chief Mentor, Central BSS. A great man, Padma Shri, an icon of Indian health sector, done more than 47,000 heart operations. I welcome the one and only Bharat Mahan, Dr. K.M. Cherian. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind.
I invite Padma Shri Dr. K.M. Cherian, MD, Frontier Lifetime Hospital, to do the inaugural address.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you show your hand, I will operate immediately.
Good evening to everybody. Mr. Saak Moisen, Mr. Balachandran, Mahesh Sharma, Professor Nallapad, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's a distinct pleasure and privilege for me to be here to take part in this 70th anniversary celebrations of BSS. You might think what I am doing in this BSS. Now only I know that I have some connection. apart from what we are trying to do for the youngsters from the villages. Even though I am stationed at Chennai, our activities are all around Chennai in small villages. So we decided that we will have vocational training program for these children from the villages. In the year 1987, we started a program by name Physician Assistant Program. It's mainly because after the Vietnam War, there were a lot of veterans in the United States who came back from the war with a lot of injuries, which made them difficult to get suitable jobs in otherwise, big universities, or because they were all very well qualified. Minimum qualification for those were BSc, that is BS. And this is the time I was getting training in cardiac surgery in University of Alabama, and this program was started in the Duke University, which was quite close by. So when I went there and I saw this program, and I thought, why not we also start something? But we have got so many healthy young people, boys and girls, in the villages who do not have opportunities. So we started a program, but we could not get anybody to join it because nobody knew. Even for this BSS, I had to use a lot of influence with the local authorities like district collector. And then district collector told me, why don't you put up a letter in most of the government schools, not the CBSE curriculum, but the other higher secondary. So we had put up a lot of notices, approached the divisional DEE, divisional education officers, and Mr. Sevak Moisen was very helpful. When I talked to him, he said we will put up the advertisement, and he had put up a half-page advertisement in both the English dailies and I think 3 or 4 vernacular local dailies. And as a result of that, in the end we got 20 students. But when they came for interview, they felt they may not be able to do it. Because we are talking about basic medical sciences. And half of them did not come. It is not monetary factors or anything. Half of them did not come, thinking that we can go to some factory and packing and doing all sorts of things. And half of them did not come, and only 10 came. So we had a lot of hopes on these 10 people. And we started, but within 2 weeks, 5 of them left. We were left with 5 people. So we thought we will not stop it. We will continue with it. So it's a little long story which I don't want to talk. I think I will give it to you a small presentation of 5 minutes. So that will be much better than me talking. So, can I have?
Sir, yeah, just talk. Yeah. Just a video, na? You just on it. Yeah, it's ready. Got it. Got it.
Good morning to one and all. We have gathered here for the first convocation of our Bharat Sevak Samaj course. His motive was to help the village children to build their future career in a much dignified manner. He conducted over 500 courses and vocational training for people from villages, and this is how BSS started. BSS is recognized by both the parliamentary houses, the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha, thus recognized by the whole country rather than just being known under a university. Having several advantages, including a uniform curriculum to this course, it can be recognized all over the country as more than just a degree. This is mainly to help children from the underprivileged section of our country. Being so, the economy of the village can be helped and medical awareness can be brought within the community. Taking the current COVID pandemic as an example, the society is now aware of hand hygiene techniques and using soaps and other safety measures as well. Better income, increased dignity, monetary benefit, dignified labor, and community growth are few of the many benefits that come with this career. The students of this course can specialize in easy diagnostics, starting from mounting of slides, 3D modeling, to forensic medicine, which eases the work of surgeons and physicians for a better accuracy. Similarly, we have had the privilege of introducing one such program, that is the Physician Assistant Program, for the first time in our country and the second time in the world. In the mid-1960s, the PA program was created to improve and expand healthcare in the United States of America. To help remedy the shortage of primary care physicians, Dr. Gene A. Stead Jr., MD of Duke University Medical Center, first introduced the PA program in the year of 1967. The curriculum of PA program was based on his knowledge of the fast-track training of doctors during the World War II. Furthermore, we cooperated and started this program in India by the year of 1989. Initially, no university was prepared and willing to recognize this program. The first university to recognize PA program in India was BITS Pilani, that is the Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Rajasthan. Around 3,200 PAs have completed this course from 26 universities across India and have been placed in different parts of the country. Nearly 400 of them have been placed in the US, UK, Australia, etc. and are professionally competent with a high pay. Therefore, we can guarantee that BSS course will be recognized how PA program is well recognized now. The minimum eligibility of BSS course is 10th degree pass. When we started this course, 10 students had enrolled here. Unfortunately, 5 of them discontinued due to financial constraints. Therefore, travel allowance was provided to the students as a stipend. This proves how committed we are to motivate and promote social and economic upliftment in the villages. We are glad that you have come in large numbers so as to spread the awareness of this program to others by the words of your mouth. The next time we conduct this program, we hope more students to be enrolled here with your kind cooperation.
This is for your college and university. Thank you.
Education and training.
முதல் மாணவி அஸ்வினி.
Next I call upon Mohan Kumar.
A tiny village in the middle of nowhere is all set for a revolution of sorts. A simple rural scene depicting a typical village routine. Here unfolds a unique story of young Lavanya, who has completed class 10.
Lavanya, Varama.
Her morning starts like any other, helping her mom with the preparation of the daily meal and other mundane chores. Once Lavanya steps out of her hut, she emerges as a brand new person. Yelavur village is well known for its manufacture of pottery products. This is significant of the molding that is silently happening in the everyday lives of a few determined young girls. Exuding confidence and purpose, Lavanya joins her friends on a path to a highly skilled and demanding career that every qualified person can be proud of. Approaching frontier medieval, situated at the doorsteps of their village, they enter a whole new world, immersed in the latest technology. From the mystifying Stonehenge to the meticulous unraveling of the genetic code in the DNA helix, man's fascination for science and quest for knowledge is a principal focus of this first and only science park in the country. She slips sterile gloves over hands which were superstitiously branded when she was a child to ward off jaundice. These hands now wield test tubes and lab apparatus used in the manufacture of tissue-engineered heart valves coated with nanofibers. The prepared conduit is being used in a 3-week-old infant's truncus repair. The raw clay has now been molded and perfected into a beautiful pot. The finished product is truly to be appreciated.
Thank you for giving us a quality life with dignity. Namaste.
I wanted to show this mainly because I don't think anybody in this audience has done this. These are all girls who have not passed 10th. They have come only up to 10th. And what they are today they are nanotechnologists, tissue engineering professionals, and they create human heart valve which we are using. This is how, a valve which costs 1.25 lakhs, we are making it for 20,000 rupees. Now, people won't understand it. And if I won't be able to put it across you people, because, if I talk, like anybody else, everybody will be talking. Yeah. But what is the crux of the thing that people don't understand?
You are doing.
No. That is why I think, this is not a political talk. We are not progressing because of that. We are so many years behind. Only the publicity will say that we are doing that, we are doing this. No. I am in this field. That's why I am saying we have to upgrade and we have to uplift the girls. Now, otherwise they would have been working in the field, getting some 250 rupees or 300 rupees per day. This guy, their starting salary is some 15,000 rupees, but they can say that they are working on such and such thing. In fact, the Times of India people came to interview a couple of girls, and they thought they will not be able to speak in English. When the reporter asked, "Can I ask in English?" they said yes. So he pointed one girl and said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I am doing tissue engineering." The other girl said, "I am a nanotechnologist." They couldn't believe it. I think that is what is important. We can have so many meetings, but what are we offering? I think that is what is important. Thank you. So, my job has been different.
Yeah.
That is to inaugurate. So, I hereby declare that it is inaugurated.
Thank you, sir, for such good insight. Now we are moving on to the most prestigious moment of the award, Bharat Chakra, the prestigious award of Bharat Sevak Samaj. I hand over to Jaya Ma'am, General Secretary, Central BSS, for doing the commentation of the achievements.
Dear friends, today on the 70th annual day of Bharat Sevak Samaj, we are presenting two prestigious awards of Bharat Sevak Samaj to eminent personalities. The Supreme Award of Bharat Sevak Samaj is being awarded to Bharat Chakra is being awarded to Professor M.D. Nalapat, and for the first time a person is getting Bharat Chakra award from Bharat Sevak Samaj, and Professor M.D. Nalapat is receiving that award. He is an outstanding son of India who has proposed innovative ideas that help the youth of India to dream for a future, a better future and a bright future. Professor M.D. Nalapat, who established himself as a thinker, he is a thinker, writer, orator, journalist and diplomat. And you know, in Kerala, he has done tremendous jobs in the literary movement also. And in the journalism sector also, he has done tremendous jobs. And he is an economist. He is very familiar with all the economic trends in all over the nation. And he has written so many books, and presently he is the UNESCO Peace Chair of Manipal University. So Bharat Sevak Samaj is very much honored to give this Supreme Award by giving this prestigious award to Professor M.D. Nalapat. Bharat Sevak Samaj is being honored, and Bharat Sevak Samaj is so proud to bestow this award to this unparalleled personality who has dedicated his whole time to the service of the nation. So next award is given to Bharat Mahan is given to Dr. K.M. Cherian. As all of you are aware of Dr. K.M. Cherian, he is the chairman of K.M. Cherian Heart Foundation and International Center for Cardiothoracic and Vascular Diseases. And if you are looking now, he has a long list of first ever to his credit. Everywhere if we look now, he first ever it comes. So in the medical sector, he has a lot of first ever to his credit. He has pioneered the coronary artery bypass graft, that is CARB, and infant heart surgery, transplantation in adult and pediatric, as well as bilateral lungs and transplantation in India. Bharat Sevak Samaj, here also Bharat Sevak Samaj is highly honored by honoring this man of esteemed personality with Bharat Mahan Award. And I hereby welcome Sri B.S. Balendran sir, Chairman of Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, to hand over the awards to these two personalities and to deliver the presidential address as well as the speech, as well as the introduction on these two personalities. Thank you.
Actually, this is a very pleasant moment in my life because today we are honoring Professor M.D. Nalapat to giving Bharat Sevak Samaj Supreme Award Bharat Chakra. My colleagues are very familiar that how I am connected with Professor M.D. Nalapat. Now I am standing here because of him. He only brought me into social service field. On 1974-75, he was established a political training center, Kaudilya Trust, and renamed another organization, Center for Political Research and Training. I was connected with that organization. That organization was founded and led by M.D. Nalapat. In that time, he came to Kerala. He born and brought up at Mumbai. He came to Kerala and he established that organization. Including me, he promoted several social workers to do many things. He brought me into the non-formal education movement. Kerala Association for Non-Formal Education and Development, CANFED. That organization led to total literacy campaign in the state. And he brought me into Center for Science, Development Planning and Transfer of Technology, CSDT, which was led by Dr. P.K. Gopalakrishnan, eminent economist. And I was the secretary of that organization. And when I became the secretary of Kerala Pradesh Bharat Sevak Samaj, he continuously, he gave lot of support to me to do many things, new ideas. In my life, I met several personalities. When he was a boy, when he was a youngster, he was a loud thinker about the society and the change of the society and science, technology, environment, economics, everything. People-friendly programs, everything. If anybody is asking, who is Nalapat to you? I am proudly say, he is my mentor. I proudly say, who is Nalapat to you? I am saying, Nalapat is my mentor. He brought me into the public field. Today, when I become the chairman of the Bharat Sevak Samaj, Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, actually I am honored. I am the Central Bharat Sevak Samaj in my leadership decided to honor Professor M.D. Nalapat to give Bharat Chakra Award. Such a big personality. Actually, he is an outstanding personality in the country. He will be remembered years and years, thousands of years. In the history of the world, he will be remembered. Several books he published that will be remembered in the society. That is what I want to say about Professor M.D. Nalapat. And Professor K.M. Cherian, Dr. K.M. Cherian. One day, my leader, Sri M.M. Hassan, called me, Balachandran, Dr. Cherian sir is connected with Bharat Sevak Samaj. Then I said, yes. How, sir? What, sir? I asked him. Then he asked me, Cherian sir is conducting, Dr. Cherian is conducting Bharat Sevak Samaj Training Center in Tamil Nadu. And yes, that is what he shows today, his experience. Dr. K.M. Cherian is associated with the Bharat Sevak Samaj. That is our strength. We gave a very big media advertisement, Dr. K.M. Cheriani is associating with Bharat Sevak Samaj. That we got a very good reach. Is it very good reach in the public and the Bharat Sevak Samaj occasional training program? Dr. K.M. Cheriani is a Padma Shri. Dr. K.M. Cherian. Nobody can compare with Dr. K.M. Cherian. K.M. Cheriani is K.M. Cherian. Many people, when Dr. K.M. Many people came, when Dr. K.M. Cherian came here, many people came to take photos with him because it's a historical moment. The history is sitting here. Dr. K.M. Cherian is a history that he is sitting here with us. K.M. Cherian is honored to give Bharat Mahan Puraskar. Actually, I am very happy the great sons of India, two sons, one great Sri M.D. Nalapad and great Dr. K.M. Cherian. Both are very, very big people in front of us. We are very much honored when we are giving award and we are, they are attending here. We are very happy. Is it? I have no words more than this is enough, I think so. I am saying some words from my heart. That is my feel. Thank you. One of our, please come, sir. Advocate R.S. Kalpura. He is also one of the leading advocates in the country. He is our legal advisor. He is our guide. When I took the secretary as the Bharat Sevak Samaj, Kerala Pradesh, he gave me the advice. He is the leader and he is the guiding spirit of Bharat Sevak Samaj in legal matters. We are giving award, the Bharat Sevak Award to him. He came here to accept this honor. We are very much honored. Sri R.S. Kalpura came here and to receive this honor. Thank you, sir.
I invite Professor Nalapad, sir, to give an address to the crowd.
I am deeply honored to be here today, and I'm honored to be given this recognition. And I'd only like to say that I think it's only fitting that the Bharat Sevak Samaj, which is an organization of civil society, is giving recognition to somebody who has never held any position in any government in the country, and that as what do we call an ordinary Indian, an average Indian. Of the 1.4 billion Indians, maybe there are about 200,000 or 300,000 who have titles, positions, power in terms of administration and control, and the rest are ordinary Indians. I mean, I'm using that word, and the BSS has honored an ordinary Indian, and I am deeply grateful to them. I am also grateful because the Bharat Sevak Samaj is living up to its name. In the first place, Bharat. We think of ourselves, all of us, as Indians. We don't recognize differences of region, differences of language, differences of food, differences of faith. We don't recognize that. Why? because we are all Indians. And that is, thank you. And that is why it's a very proud name to have in your title, Bharat. And the next title is even prouder. And may I say, I've been deeply honored to be in the presence of Dr. Cherian, because Seva has been an attribute of Dr. Cherian for such a long time. I would say, in my estimation, more than 50 years. Dr. K.M. Cherian, he's happiest when he's doing Seva. He's not happy if he's graduating from from an ambassador to a Toyota, for a Mercedes or a Rolls Royce. He's happy doing Seva, and doing Seva to what all of us are, and that is ordinary Indians. Indians who do not have the twin, if I may say so, the twin attributes of either money or power. And of course, in very many cases, these two attributes go together. Dr. Cherian has served the ordinary Indian for more than 50 years of his life, and therefore, sir, it's a great honor to be on the same stage as you. It's a great honor to be on the same stage as all of you. Why? Because Seva is what you're doing. And what is Seva? Seva is not looking at what you are getting out of something, but what you are giving to society, to people, to individuals. You know, we have these tables, and in the media, I must confess that we play these tables quite a lot. So-and-so is worth so much of money, so-and-so is worth so much of money, so-and-so has got so many cars, so-and-so has got so much of property. The fact is, that's not something to be proud of at all. What is there to be proud of is, what use is that money being put to? What use has your time been put to? What use has your talent and energy been put to? And if it has been put for accumulating for yourself, well, I'd only like to point out that so far I have not met a scientist who can give me a clear solution as to how much we can take with us when all of us go the way all of us are going to go. So far, I have not come up with anybody who can guarantee that. So ultimately, that's all that happens. Ultimately, like everybody else, they go. But where they will be remembered is not the zeros in their bank account. They'll be remembered for the number of zeros in the country whom they have raised and made into non-zeros, made into productive, wonderful people. And that is where the question of Bharat Sevak Samaj comes in. Sevak Samaj, society, service to society, not service to self. Service to people as a whole. Not, it is, you know, we look upon this world and we accept as normal the value of doing things for oneself, the value of accumulation for its own sake, the value of basically looking only at those around you and not caring at all as to what anybody else is happening or anybody else is having any benefit. But Samaj means Samaj. It means society. It means the entirety of society. And each of you here, I know that very clearly, each of you here is imbued with that spirit of service. Therefore, the name Bharat Sevak Samaj, it's not just a name that one needs to have. It's also deserving that name. It's also working to protect the reputation of that name. And it's also working to ensure that that name lives in one's work. Because what is an important part of our work? We have 1.4 billion people. You go anywhere in the world, you find Indian people are doing very well. And I'd like to say, over the past few years, they've been doing very well in India as well. Whether it is the digital revolution, whether it is many other ways, a lot of transformation has taken place in India over the past 4 or 5 or 6 years. Tremendous transformation. And that importance of that is to discover the mother lode of talent in people, to empower people. I have been worried for quite some time about the fact that during our pandemic, laptops, smartphones have not been available to many tens of millions of our students. And when so much of education has gone online, so much of education is then inaccessible to young minds who could be among the best minds in the world if only they were empowered and if only they were given access. Fortunately, a lot of access has been coming in recent years. A lot of access to the digital world has been coming in recent years, and a lot of information in the digital world which is proving helpful to empowerment. So first is discovery. Discovery of talent. Discovery of talent among us, ordinary people, normal people, people who are not in that 200,000 people who are powerful, who are rich, and who are rich and powerful both. But the rest of us, ordinary people. Discovery of the potential of ordinary people to empower the Samaj through their efforts, who have the mindset, who have the will, who have the determination to empower Samaj and not enrich themselves or not promote themselves, but promote society. Because that is finally the only thing that is going to live on in a time when we are no longer here. If we write something, we do something, the question is, who will remember later? And if we are remembered later, all the great names in history are great today after hundreds of years, thousands of years, because they have left behind a legacy that even today benefits all of us. So the final point is, after discovery, empowerment, and after empowerment, utilization. Utilization of that empowerment, utilization of the talents that have been discovered for the good of society. This is the task of every one of us, frankly. It is the task of every single Indian citizen, no matter how high or how in what position. Because frankly, I believe in a horizontal society. I don't believe in a vertical society. I had a friend who used to stay with us quite often. His name was Kanshi Ram, and he founded the Bahujan Samaj Party. His favorite thing was to pick up a pen in his pocket and say, look, this is wrong, this is right. In other words, a vertical view of society. Somebody is high, somebody is low. No, a horizontal view in which we are different from each other, but the same. Equality, the horizontality of equality. I think that is a very important point, that true seva to the Samaj, to those who are dedicated to Bharat, will have in plenty. I'm happy to see that here. I'm happy to say, finally, I've been in geopolitics for a long time, as Balendran, somewhat, if I may say so, whatever, praise of me. Thank you, Balendran. You've always been a good friend. And thank you, Balendran, for the work you're doing. But I'd like to say that this is our Indian century. In the past, we had a situation when you had, again, allow me to bring something into this world, the world of conflict, the world of tension, the world of the absence of peace. I am the UNESCO chair in Manipal for the promotion of peace, tolerance, and moderation. Are we seeing peace in the world? Are we seeing tolerance in the world? Are we seeing moderation in the world? We are not. And if I may say so, I regard that as a personal failure also in my own part, except that in a small way, we can all make a small difference and finally ensure that peace, moderation, and tolerance prevails in the entire world. I want to say that that is the world that we are seeking. And in today's world, the opportunity is huge for India. A democracy, a multilingual, multi-religious society, a society founded on the basis of tolerance, founded on the basis of the philosophy of peace, and founded on the basis of moderation. This is our era. This is our time. And to make it happen, all of us will have to do our little bit, and you will have to do it. All of us will have to do it. And I am encouraged to be here, and I know that in times to come, our people, our country, the world will be proud of you. Thank you. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. It was such a powerful speech from Professor Nalapad. Now, I invite our Chief Mentor, Dr. Dali Omen Koshi, to pass on the message of the ceremony, Thinking Ahead.
Good evening. What a day it has been. Starting with the two senior government functionaries who control, monitor, advise, bring out government policies on the convergence of technical, vocational, and general education in the morning, to two legendary individuals who are presenting to you what an individual can achieve in a society as challenging as ours. So when we sit on the same dais with Dr. K.F. Cherian and Professor M.D. Nalapad, I would probably say that this is some kind of a divine intervention, that they are here to show you what knowledge and skills can do it to an individual and what heights can they achieve in their lifetime. They have changed the world, they have influenced the world positively, and what Professor Nalapad's statement says, how they are looking at from a vertical view of life to a horizontal view. And that is what I think both of them represent. And my request is that you must give a standing ovation to both of them. Can you hear? Thank you. It is already late and I don't want to take time. I have already spoken a lot in the morning. But I just want to say that Azim Premji, who is the chairman of Wipro, in 2002 February, came to IIM. And it was after the Bhuj earthquake, which happened in 2001, January 26th. I was director of National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad at that time. Azim Premji said in his speech that a leader's role is to see and be alert to the signals in the society and take actions much ahead of what other people think. So I was asking Sri Balachandran, when was the last meeting of this national conference held? I said in the morning it was Delhi, but it was in 1999 2000 in Trivandrum. So 22 years later, 2 decades later, when he envisaged a meeting for the 70th anniversary celebration, it is also a tipping point, an inflection point for the organization, how to look ahead. Because there are so many signals around us in the vocational education sphere, in the socio-economic sphere, in the social justice sphere, in the areas of various human endeavors. So I would like to congratulate Sri B.S. Balachandran for being a foresightful chairman, for taking this step of having a national conference in Delhi, conveying the message of change with a positive people's participation and a pulse of the people in your hand. I just want to end with a small story as you are all going to go back after a few minutes. If you put a kettle of water and put a frog into the kettle and keep increasing the temperature by one degree by, little by little, what will happen to the frog? Any idea? They will keep adjusting to the small incremental changes, and eventually it will perish. Whereas if we increase the temperature suddenly, what will happen to the frog? It will jump out and probably escape. There are two ways for a leader to look at what is going on. Is very comfortable. It is a comfort zone, and you can keep continuing doing it. But to see that there is an inflection point on which you need to change, otherwise you will probably be not doing justice to the organization, requires great vision. So I want to say that this particular meeting, when you look back in history, will be seen as one which changed the leaf and turned a new leaf to a new future, which is bright for all you, as Rajiv explained. It will be good for the BSS partners. It will be good for the learners. It will be good for the students. They become empowered in different parts of the world, country, to achieve what they are supposed to do. Skill and knowledge will release their potential to the full, and we believe BSS is going to do that task very ably with all your help. And that is the call which I want to make, that we are not going to do incremental changes sometime. We have to make a leap of faith. And that is the call which this particular conference makes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Safe travels.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we move on to the award ceremony. The Bharat Karmasri Award. Awards that is being given as a national development agency. We are giving it over to the people who had been part of nation building. I'll just call out the names and a number which has been given to them. Kindly cooperate. We'll do it very fast. Yeah. First one is 5 Forces S. Ajay, Khanas Academy, Karnataka. Can you make it fast? Second is 654, Dr. Sharmili Sinha, Sri Ram College of Allied Health Science, Odisha. Yeah, if someone is left, so if anybody is there to take it on his behalf, please do that. 554. 554. Yeah. 554. Third. Mritul Chakradekha, Dr. Ambedkar Allied Health Institute, Assam. Dr. Hemant H. Gaikwad, Dr. Gaikwad Institute, Maharashtra. Dr. Malik Abrar Sabir, Prakati Education Center, Gujarat. (504) Dr. Manchunatha NR, Sri Raghavendra Institute of Allied Health Science, Karnataka. 504 Dr. Manchunatha NR, Raghavendra Institute of Allied Health Science, Karnataka. (505) Padmanav Dalbahera, Apollo Institute of Allied Health Science, Odisha. 505 Padmanav Dalbahera, Apollo Institute of Allied Health Science, Odisha. 506 Thakur Sanjay Bhai, Dinesh Bhai, Samarpan Group of Institute, SEMCT, Gujarat. 506 Thakur Sanjay Bhai, Dinesh Bhai, Samarpan Group of Institute, SEMCT, Gujarat. Last one, 506. 504 Dr. Manchunatha NR, Sri Raghavendra Institute of Allied Health Science, Karnataka. 504. 505 Padmanava Dalbahera, Apollo 506 Thakur Sanjay Bhai, Dinesh Bhai, Samarpan Group of Institute, Gujarat.
Audio Jungle.
See, the names will be called in order. You have to queue up and stand so that it will be conducted so
And
fast.
number
But there
will
is
be-
no time.
Number will be written behind your cards. Please check. 507 Renison S. Roy, Sterling Education Institute, Gujarat. 507 Renison S. Roy, Sterling Education Institute, Gujarat. 50 Renison 503 ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ 503 ഉണ്ടോ उल्टा हो गया
मेरा नाम आपको अबरार मलिक प्रगति एजुकेशन सेंटर नवसारी। आपने इतना स्पीड से किए, यहाँ पे लोग आए और दूसरे लोग नीचे चले गए।
Excuse me, the thing is actually most of them have come up and told that may speed up this because they have already booked their trains. So a little bit confusion has come. We have ulta pulta de gaya abhi. So I am just calling from 507. 507 is Renison S. Roy, Sterling Education Institute, Gujarat. Hai? 507. Already taken. 508. 503 Malik Arbar Sabir, Pragati Education Center, Gujarat. 503 Malik Abrar Sabir, Pragati Education Center, Gujarat. (508) Dr. Piyush Kanti Bhoral, S Soft Tech Institute of Allied Health Science, West Bengal. 508 Dr. Piyush Kanti Bhoral, S Soft Tech Institute of Allied Health Science, West Bengal. (509) Shri Subhrata Paul, EduVista Skill Power Academy, West Bengal. 509 Subhrata Paul, EduVista Skill Academy, West Bengal.
Please go ahead.
So please, Subhrata Paul. (510) Shri Jagdish Subhash Joshi, NIP Skill Institute, Maharashtra. 510 Shri Jagdish Subhash Joshi, NIP Skill Institute, Maharashtra. 511 Rotarian M. Gunashekharan, Mata Institute of Health Science, Tamil Nadu.
Is he available?
511 Gunashekharan. No. 512 Dr. Renuga Yadav, Anvi Ayurved, Goa. 512 Dr. Renuga Yadav, Anvi Ayurved, Goa. 513 513 Shri I. Devakumar, IDK Educational Institution, Tamil Nadu. Shri I. Devakumar, IDK Educational Institution, Tamil Nadu. 514 Shri Mohsin Syed, Vision Institute, Maharashtra. 514 Shri Mohsin Syed, Vision Institute, Maharashtra.
Not available.
515 Dr. Anil Nato Kasar.
Not available. 516.
516. 516 Shri Rahul Parashram Dore, Maharashtra College of Fire and Safety Management, Maharashtra. (517) Shri Khaja Moinuddin, Mark Institute of Allied Science, Andhra Pradesh. Shri Khaja Moinuddin, Mark Institute of Allied Science, Andhra Pradesh. 518 Shri Somen Kumar Das, Rajiv Gandhi Memorial Institute of Health Training, Rajasthan. Is he not? No? 518, Somen Kumar Das, Rajiv. 518, Somen Kumar Das, Rajiv Gandhi Memorial Institute of Health Training, Rajasthan. 519, Dr. R.P. Yadav, Dev Allied Health Institute, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. R.P. Yadav, Dev Allied Health Institute, Uttar Pradesh. 520, Srimati Maitreyi Priya Arun, Ravilla Academy, Tamil Nadu. 520, Srimati Maitreyi Priya Arun, Ravilla Academy, Tamil Nadu. 521, Sri R. Murugan, Alpha Foundation, Tamil Nadu. 521, R. Murugan, Alpha Foundation, Tamil Nadu.
Is he available? R. Murugan?
You keep it aside. Please keep it.
Please come in, sir. Ask him, please.
520. So you're Murugan, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead. Sri R. Murugan, Alpha Foundation, Tamil Nadu. 522, M. Balasubramaniam, Sri Sai Balaji Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Science, Tamil Nadu. 522, Sri M. Balasubramaniam, Sri Sai Balaji Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Service, Tamil Nadu. Yes, sir. Next one you can go ahead. Yeah.
5151 വായിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ?
എനിക്ക് പേര്.
Okay.
This is 522 അല്ലേ?
515 Dr. Anil Nathur.
Yes. 515 Dr. Anil Nathur Kasar, Matosri Institute of Allied Health Science, Maharashtra. 523 Srimati P. Ruba, Indian Montessori Training Institute, Tamil Nadu. 524 Sri P. Rajesh Kumar, Nalam Yoga Center, Tamil Nadu. 524 Sri Rajesh Kumar, Nalam Yoga Center, Tamil Nadu. 525 Dr. Chef Vinod Kumar, yes, Sai Institutes, Tamil Nadu. 525 Dr. Chef Vinod Kumar, RS, Sai Institutes, Tamil Nadu. 526 only. 526. 526 Sri Vimalraj J, Integrated Institute of Facility Management, Tamil Nadu. 526 Vimalraj J, Integrated Institute of Facility Management, Tamil Nadu.
Is 526 available?
No. We'll go ahead.
Next one.
527 Sri Annamalai J, Sri Ramakrishna Industrial Technical Institute, Tamil Nadu. Sri Annamalai J, Sri Ramakrishna Industrial Technical Institute, Tamil Nadu. 528 Sri VP Shivashankar, NIILE's Technical Skill and Consulting Institute, Tamil Nadu. Sri P. Shivashankar. 529 Sri Miraj Alam Idris, All India Institute of Allied Health Science, Uttar Pradesh. 529 530 Dr. Saif Ali Sultan, Med Frank Institute, New Delhi. Dr. Saif Ali Sultan, Med Frank Institute, New Delhi. 531 Sri Kanaka Raju Siadri, Sri Vasan Educational Institute, Andhra Pradesh.
Is 531 available? Is 531 available? No, follow the next one. 532.
532 Srimati Ranjini Rajkumar, Surya Avanshi, Krishna Allied Health Science and Research Center, Maharashtra. Srimati Renchini Rajkumar. Okay. 533, Dr. R. G. Roxana, Mother Teresa Montessori Training Institute, Tamil Nadu. 533, Dr. R. G. Roxana, Mother Teresa Montessori Training Institute, Tamil Nadu. Which number is 534, Sri Suresh Mangukia, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Allied Health Institute, Gujarat. 535, Sri Naresh Tyagi, Sri Om Lodheshwar Fire Safety Management Institute, Rajasthan. 53. 536. 536, Sri Aslam Basha M, Blue Star Multi-Modern Training Institute, Tamil Nadu. 537, Sri Bishwajit Das, Dispur Institute of Allied Health Science, Assam. 537. Not there. 538, Sri Anil Kachru Kanade, Global Institute of Fire Safety and Business Management, Maharashtra. 539, Sri Sheikh Manzar Hussain, Royal Institute of Allied Health Science, Odisha. Sri Sheikh Manzar Hussain, Royal Institute of Allied Health Science, Odisha. 539. 540, Sri P. Manoj Kumar, ISC, Tamil Nadu. Sri P. Manoj Kumar, ISC, Tamil Nadu. 541, Srimati Bintu Ketan Chadrani, BSS Computer Education, Gujarat. 541, Srimati Bintu Ketan Chandrani, BSS Computer Education, Gujarat. 542, Bhikkhubai Naranbhai Patel, B.N. Patel Institute of Allied Health Science, Gujarat. 543, Sri R. Shangamukha Badivel, Karunya Institute of Allied Health Science, Tamil Nadu. 543, Shangamukha Badivel, Karunya Institute of Allied Health Science, Tamil Nadu. 544, Sri V. Balakrishnan, Ozone Yoga Trust, Tamil Nadu. 544, V. Balakrishnan. 545, Sri Rajendra G. Kulkarni, Explore Academy, Karnataka.
547 next one. 16.
Sri Rajendra G. Kulkarni, Explore Academy, Karnataka. 547, Dr. M. Aslam Khan, NMC Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. M. Aslam Khan.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. 548, Sri R. Mohan Raj, Prana Yoga Center, Tamil Nadu. 548, Sri R. Mohan Raj, Prana Yoga Center, Tamil Nadu. 549, T. V. Jayalakshmi, Prana Yoga Center, Tamil Nadu. 549. 549.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes. Congratulations. Srimati T. V. Jayalakshmi, Prana Yoga Center, Tamil Nadu. 550, Dr. Asha Merin, BSS Educator, Kerala. 550, Dr. Asha Merin, BSS Educator, Kerala. 551, Sri Manish Kumar Shukla, Last Year Institute of Hotel Management, Maharashtra. Manish sir, hai? Yeah. Congratulations. 5. Yeah. 552 Sri K. Venkateshan, Global Safety Studies, Pondicherry. Congrats, sir. 553 Mohammad Sadiq Siddiqui, Pacific Institute of Safety and Health, Uttar Pradesh. Mohammad sir, check diya. Congratulations. 554 Srimati Archana Agarwal, Raj Vaidya, Reva Shankar Param Paragat Shiksha Anusandhan Kendra, New Delhi. Congratulations. 555 Sri M. Tavassumani, Priya Institute of Health Science, Tamil Nadu. 556 Sri Surya Kumar Mishra, Rourkela Institute of Professional Education, Odisha. 557 Sri Sudeep Bankar, Mentors Allied Health Community College, Gujarat. 558 Dr. Nimish Thoma. Yes, sir. Congratulations, sir. 558 Dr. Nimish Thoma, BSS Educator, Rajasthan. 559 Bhogakeji Balaji, Bhoga Acupuncture Traditional Method Academy, Batma, Tamil Nadu. 560 Sri Ruhi Murtuza Ansari, Institute of Allied Health Science, Maharashtra. Yeah, Ruhi 560. Conference call. 561 Sri Anjan Kumar Bishwas, Argya Institution of Allied Health Science, West Bengal. 562 Dr. R. Arun Kumar, AIM Vision Safety Training and Consulting, Tamil Nadu. 563 Dr. B.S. Ravi, Sri Vishnu Vocational Studies, Karnataka. 'Dr. B.S. Ravi, Dr. Kamla Nadik. Dr. Kamla Nadik? Yeah, okay. What is 6-4?
6-3 and 6-4.
Together. 565 Satyanarayan. Yes. Dr. Satyanarayan Makala, Indian Healthcare Community College, Andhra Pradesh. 565 Dr. Satyanarayan Makala, Indian Healthcare Community College, Andhra Pradesh. 566 Dr. M.J. Deshmukh, Crescent India Education Trust, Maharashtra. 567 Srimati Anita S, Satyam Institute of Yoga, Tamil Nadu. 567 Anita, Satyam Institute of Yoga, Tamil Nadu. 568 Srimati Suchi Srivastava, MIFT Research and Development Center, Karnataka. 568 Suchi Srivastava, MIFT Research and Development Center, Karnataka. 569 Sri Chelan Kumar. 569 D. Chelan Kumar, Dr. A. Shivaprabha Academy. Yeah, I thought it's the name. 570 Sri Muhammad Mikhail Ansari, Institute of Skill Innovation, New Delhi. 571 Samir Reddy Achia Naidu, SK Allied Health Institute, Andhra Pradesh. Illa. Samir Reddy Achia. Yeah. This is 571. (572) Dr. Seema Ahlawat. Dr. Seema Ahlawat, Institute of Eminence Healthcare, New Delhi. Five 573 Awadh Kishore Pandey, Vidya Industrial Training Center, Jharkhand. 574 Shukla Goswami, Vidya Industrial Training Institute, Jharkhand. 573 and 74 same from the same organization. Yeah. Shukla Goswami. No, it's not 57457. 574. Okay. 575 Srimati Ankita Arora, Skilling College of Allied Health Education, Maharashtra. 575 Srimati Ankita Arora, Skilling College of Allied Health Education, Maharashtra. 576 Dr. Purushottam, Vaidhyashree Education Institute and Research Center, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations. 577 Bhanita Deka, Asiatco Academy, Assam. Srimati Bhanita Deka, correct hai? Congrats. 578 Sri Nanta Kumar, Artisans Gem and Jewellery Technical Institute, Tamil Nadu. 579 Sri Dhruv Narayan, Jeevan Suraksha Foundation Trust, Uttar Pradesh. Sri Dhruv Narayan. Dhruv Narayan. 580 579 Dhruv Narayan, Jeevan Suraksha Foundation Trust, Uttar Pradesh. 580 Dr. Kyanti Parikh, Universal Institute, Gujarat. 580 Dr. Kyanti Parikh, Universal Institute, Gujarat. 581 R.P. Moses, Yeshua Training Academy, Andaman and Nicobar. 581 Dr. R.P. Moses, Yeshua Training Academy, Andaman and Nicobar. 582 Sri V. Mari Maheshwari. Yeah, correct. Sri Lalita Educational Institute, Tamil Nadu. 582. She is Mari Maheshwari. 582. This 582. Yeah, you can go. 583 Sri Sankram Keshari Mohanty, RMTI, Odisha. Sir? 583. This is 583. 583. 584 Sri Jasminder Singh, Healthcare Institute of Allied Health Science, Punjab. Jasminder Singh, Healthcare Institute of Allied Health Science, Punjab. Jasminder Singh point, no, 585 Anita Bhatt, Srimati Anita Bhatt, Asian Institute of Allied Health Science, Haryana. 586 Srimati Isha, Gorkha Community College, New Delhi. Isha. 586 Srimati Isha. 587 Shri B. Gopalakrishnan, Emmanuel Education Institutions, Tamil Nadu. Yeah, Gopalakrishnan. Yeah, Gopalakrishnan. 588 Sri Koresh Ku Behra, Lakshmi Kripa Institute of Allied Health Education, Odisha. Sir, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Five 589 Sri Shankvi Rajan N, Amar Institute of Optical Management, Maharashtra. 590 Srimati Selvi G, GSSR Institute of Technical and Management Science, Tamil Nadu. 591 Sri Shashikant Yadav, CP Institute of Fire and Safety, Uttar Pradesh. 591 Sri Shashikant Yadav. 592 Sri Ravidat Sharma, Hindustan Marine Electronics Institute, Punjab. Correct, na, sir? Correct, na? Congratulations. 593 592 593 R Sharanya, Om Sri Sai Academy, Tamil Nadu. 593 R Sharanya, Om Sri Sai Academy, Tamil Nadu. 594 Dr. G. Selvaraj, Sri Venkateshwara Skill Development Center, Tamil Nadu. 594 Dr. Sri G. Selvaraj, Sri Venkateshwara Skill Development Center, Tamil Nadu. 595 Sri Shakti Prasad Suresh Ingale, Center for Advanced Studies, Maharashtra. 595 596 Dr. A. Lorduk Xavier, Nisha's Health Care and Educational Trust, Tamil Nadu. 597 Dr. Abdul Hadi Ansari, tip in 598 Yeah, Abdul Hadi Ansari. 598 Sri Velur Muhammad Ahmad, Munir Ahmad, R. Rahman, A.R. Rahman College of Allied Health, Tamil Nadu. Velur Munir Ahmad, A.R. Rahman College of Allied Health, Tamil Nadu.
Is 598 available? 598.
599 Dr. Afreen A. Mullah, NIPMS, Maharashtra. Dr. Afreen A. Mullah. 600 Abhishek Ashok Chauhan, Damayanti Institute, Maharashtra. 601 Sri Ashok Chauhan, Damayanti DMLT Institute, Maharashtra. Ashok Chauhan? 601. Ashok Chauhan, Damayanti. 602 Srimati Deepika Jain, Skilling College of Allied Health Education, Maharashtra. Deepika Jain, Skilling College of Allied Health Education, Maharashtra. 603 M. Samaya Selvam, BSS Educator, Tamil Nadu. 603 M. Samaya Selvam, BSS Educator, Tamil Nadu. 604 Srimati Suma B.S. Sri Skanda Education Institute, Karnataka. Srimati Suma B.S. 605 Dr. Divya Teresa, St. Joseph's Hospital, Tamil Nadu. Sister Divya Teresa, St. Joseph's Hospital, Tamil Nadu.
601, please. 601.
601 Sri Ashok Chavan, Damayanti DMLT Institute, Maharashtra. 606 Maumita Roy Chaudhary, Global Technical Institute, West Bengal. Maumita Roy Chaudhary, 606. 607 Sri Girish KP and Sudhir, BSS Educator, Kerala. Sri Girish KP and Sudhir, BSS Educator, Kerala. 608. Charlie, 608 Sri VC Peter, Coordinator, BSS Ernakulam. 609 Sri Charlie Peter, St. Anthony's Mission, Ernakulam. BSS. 609 Sri Charlie Peter, St. Anthony's Mission, Ernakulam. 610 Dr. Toms Abraham, Dr. Toms Abraham, Yuvata School of Yoga, Peace Center, Kottayam. 611 Sri Johnny Paul, Korean Institute of Optometry, Ernakulam. 612 Sri Shibi John, Kanashwa Institute, Shibi John, Kanashwa Institute of Allied Health Science, Kottayam. 613 Sri Bibin Cherian, 613 is not there. 613 Bibin Cherian, okay. 614 Sri KM Prasanna Kumar, Aving Academy, Trivandrum. 614 KM Prasanna Kumar, Aving Academy, Trivandrum. 615 Dr. K. Muralidharan Nair, Swasti Ayur Arogya Council, Thiruvananthapuram. 615 Dr. K. Muralidharan Nair, Swasti Ayur Arogya Council, Thiruvananthapuram. 616 Dr. Saji G, Thiruvananthapuram. No?
Not available.
617 Sri Vibin Shah CJ, Aerowings Aviation Academy, Alapura. No. 618 Sri Muhammad Sahib, Aerowings Aviation Academy, Alapura. No? Illa. I'll call from 620. 620 Sri Anil Kumar ES, Korean Institute of Optometry, Ernakulam. 619 Safila, Aerowings ella orimicha. 620 Anil Kumar, Korean Institute of Optometry, Ernakulam. 621 Sri Ajesh Prasad, AGM College of Paramedicals, Kottayam. Sri Ajesh Prasad, AGM College of Paramedicals, Kottayam. Ah, 621. 621. 622, Dr. Girija Prasad, AGM College of Paramedicals, Kottayam. 622, Dr. Girija Prasad, AGM College of Paramedicals, Kottayam. 623, Srimati Chinnamma Varghese, Santhom College of Medical Technology, Ernakulam. 623, Srimati Chinnamma Varghese, Santhom College of Medical Technology, Ernakulam. 624, Anil Kumar K, District Coordinator, BSS, Kozhikode. 624, Sri Anil Kumar K, District Coordinator, BSS, Kozhikode. 625, Sri Anuraj R, Can Ashwa Institute of Allied Health Science, Kottayam. 626, Sri Balan Machar, District Coordinator, BSS, Palakkad. 626, Sri Balan Machar, District Coordinator, BSS, Palakkad. 627, Sri Aju Machar, Rural Development Center, Palakkad. 627, Sri Aju Machar, Rural Development Center, Palakkad. Aju Mano. 627, Aj. 628, Sri T.N. Pratapan MP, District Chairman, BSS, Thrissur. 629, Sri Swale, Meridian Research Foundation, Ernakulam. 629, Sri Swale, Meridian Research Foundation, Ernakulam. 630, Sri Muhammad Rashid, Meridian Research Foundation, Ernakulam. 630, Sri Muhammad Rashid, Meridian Research Foundation, Ernakulam. 631, Srimati Zarina Jasmine, Meridian Research Foundation, Ernakulam. 631, Srimati Zarina Jasmine, Meridian Research Foundation, Ernakulam. 632, Sri Riju Sinus, Arsha Ayurvedic Health Care and Study Center, Muvatupuzha. 632. 632, Sri Riju Sinus. 633, Advocate Raghavendra S. Kalkur has already given. 634, 633, Advocate Raghavendra. 633, Advocate Raghavendra S. Kalkura, Senior Advocate, Ernakulam. 634, K. Madhusudanan, District Coordinator, BSS, Alappuzha. 634, K. Madhusudanan, District Coordinator, BSS, Alappuzha. 635, Sri Rafiq P, Ryan Academy, Malappuram. So your Rafiq? Yeah, 635. Yes. 636, Srimati Zeenat, Ideal School of Acupuncture, Malappuram. 636, Srimati Zeenat, Ideal School of Acupuncture, Malappuram. 637, Srimati Sainaba KK, Ideal School of Acupuncture, Malappuram. 638, Srimati Sunita Kumari, Sri Sharada Training Institute, Karnataka. 638, Sunita Kumari. 639, Gorli Tulasi. 640, Sri Udayagiri Achari M, PSS Educator. 642, Srimati Neha Abhijit Ahire, Bel Air Hospital, Maharashtra. 642, Neha. Udayagiri Acharya? Yeah. 640 Udayagiri Acharya, BSS educator. Six four one Sri Bhupati Shivaraman. 642 Srimati Neha Abhijit. Yes. 642 Neha Abhijit. Bel Air Hospital, Maharashtra. 641 Bhupati, sir? Yeah. 641 Bhupati Shivaraman. Sri Bhupati Shivaraman, Swiss Tourist Hotel Management and Allied Health Institute, Tamil Nadu. 643 Sri Vikas Taluja, MIFS, Maple Institute of Fire and Safety, Punjab.
644.
Dr. Rajesh Singh, 644. 645 Sri Shamir. 645 Sri Samir, Kids International Institute, Kerala. 646 Dr. M. Jabbar, BSS educator, New Delhi. 647 MJF Lion Dr. U. Joseph. Joseph, sir? Yes. 647.
Number 646.
Eh? They are.
646. 646. Dr. M. Jabbar. Dr. M. Jabbar.
So you are not. Number 648. 648. 648. P. Marimuttu. Sri P. Marimuttu. BSS New Delhi. 649 Sri M. Balasundaram. Sri M. Balasundaram. BSS New Delhi. BSS New Delhi. Oh, Tamil Nadu. Ellam Tamil Nadu kana. Appo 650 Sri R. Ashok Kumar. PSS Tamil Nadu. 651 Sri Parthiban P. 651 Parthiban P. BSS Tamil Nadu. 652 Sri S. Srinivasan, BSS Tamil Nadu. 653 Divankar Sharma, Chetak Academy, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations. 653 Divakar Sharma, Chetak Academy, Uttar Pradesh. So please follow me. 655 Sri Lokeshwaran D, Devarasan Little Star School, Tamil Nadu, Arani, Tamil Nadu. 656 Sri Braj Kishore Singh, Director, JD National, Bihar. Braj Kishore's last one. 5 Sri Braj Kishore Singh, Director, JD National, Bihar. Yeah. Thank you so much. We are in the winding up process. I welcome our spokesperson, BSS, Central BSS, BC Peter sir, to give an address to the crowd.
Those who are missing the award, you can collect it in the office directly. Now I welcome Peter sir to do the small speech.
Good evening, everybody. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, I consider it a proud privilege to stand before you today on the occasion of the 70th anniversary celebration of BSS. On this auspicious day, I wish to share my views on enhancing and enriching the nation-building process that we as a team had been doing meticulously on these decades. All of us know that BSS had made its presence known in the various segments that it has ventured actively. It is with much innovation and deep vision that BSS have been implementing projects and schemes in tune with the government plans for the development of the nation. I can say with much certainty that much thought have gone into the designing of our projects, courses, curriculum, and skill initiatives so that we could obtain the optimum results. The aim and objective of BSS had always been to support a whole lot of people who live in the peripheries and are eagerly waiting for support mechanism to make them visible and come to the mainstream. We believe we are doing it as well and effective as we can. Our various coordinators, pool of resource persons, support service facilitators, administrative and field staff, along with the volunteers from different strata of the society that join hands with us for various projects require special mention and appreciation. I take this opportunity to congratulate them for their services. And I am very thankful that I got a chance to hear, and in Kerala, we peoples, not only in Kerala, but almost all the states of India, we are doing well for the poor peoples and urban peoples and the peoples who are suffering, and we are doing well, and I hope that we can do much for it. And I say that all of the dignitaries here, there is time not to tell the names of it, and we can see that all of the dignitaries who are here, who are helping, offering their help to pick up the BSS and to do their all supports to BSS, and I hope so, and I am very thankful to everybody. Especially I am thankful to our beloved chairman who is behind all these things. Thank you everybody, thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter sir. I invite the General Secretary, Central BSS, Sri Hemant Mohandas, to give the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Today, as we mark a new chapter and celebrate our 70th anniversary, with a vision to fuel India as a progressive country, aiming at a $5 trillion economy by 2025, BSS will pledge, address, leverage, and become an inseparable quotient through our pursuit in reskilling, upskilling, and new skilling the majority of country's population. I would like to thank Skill-Led India and Mr. Rajiv Mathur to have MOU signed with BSS on various activities and for the modernization of the organization. I express my deepest gratitude to Padma Shri Dr. K.M. Cherian sir, Professor M.D. Nalapad. It was our privilege to honor you on our 70th anniversary with Bharat Chakra Award. Our connection with you dates long back, as our chairman remembered. We are honored to have Advocate R.S. Kalkura as our legal counsel. Our chairman, who with his vision, conviction, and example that he has set for the younger generation to aim high, live simple, but dream big, and serve the society at the same time. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our chief mentor, Dr. Dali Ominkoshi. Sir, you're a great visionary. You have contributed your deep and wide knowledge for the growth and development of urban and rural India. We'll always know you, and it is just a tip of an iceberg. We know we have a long way to go together. Mr. Sag Moisen, Vice Chairman of BSS, with his years of dedication in the vocational educational sector, leading the training of millions of students, I extend my gratitude to you. Sri B.S. Gopakumar, our Vice Chairman, BSS, thank you, sir, for being here. Srimati Jaya Sri Kumar, General Secretary, Central Bharat Sevak Samaj, whose multitasking efforts has contributed to greater part of the growth of BSS. I thank all the speakers, the training partners, educators, Central BSS office bearers, State BSS office bearers, coordinators, and every delegate and well-wishers here in this evening, making this a wonderful and insightful anniversary event a great success. Jai Hind.
Thank you. One award is there. One award.
Two awards.
Two awards, sir. In name,
Welcome for our.
A number is written behind your. It is missing.
No, only 2 awards pending. Pending. Right. No, please welcome awardees.
We welcome the awardees, 2 of them together, please. Please come to the stage. Mr. Rishikesh and Lata, we welcome you. Now the program has come to an end. Now we can all stand for the national anthem.
जन मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all from the BSS side. Thank you.